Ladies, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. We're back for real this time. I'm no longer out of state. I am in the great state of California, uh, back in my apartment. How am I? I'm good. I look like I've aged quite a bit, but other than that, I'm good. How's it going, folks? How's it going? Are we good? Are we good? I guess so. Today is like the Super Bowl or something. Um, I don't give a fuck about your like sports ball and shit. I think that it sucks, and yeah. So, yeah, with that being said, we have. I actually made a docket. Okay, I made a docket for today's stream. We have various things we're gonna cover, albeit some of them I want to wait until we maybe get some more people up in here, so we could do a little bit of a pre-stream convo, I guess, something of that nature. But wait, actually, hold on. I saw something pretty funny. I want to Apparently, there's a big drama going on, and I forgot to add it to the docket. All right, this is Justin, fresh off the fucking press. Fresh off the press. Um, Hope you had a good visit with Grandma. I did. Fresh off the press. Clavicular was mid-gesture gooning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels. Is ignoring the foids while munting and mogging moids more useful than SMV Chad fishing in the club? What? What the fuck is gesture gooning? what the fuck does that mean? Dude, gesture dude, my brother will play into this type of language like for the bit or whatever, and he's like he came up to me one day, he's like, dude, I got accepted. I'm like, where? He's like, to Mogwarts. He's like, I'm going off to Mogwarts, and he's talking all like this. I'm like, what the fuck is Mogwarts? Apparently it's like it was like an actual like looks maxing program or some shit. I don't know. But later that night, I guess, Clavicular was arrested because you have to remember something about our boy Clav. He's like 19. He's 19. So I think later that night he got arrested for possession of legal narcotics, in addition to like the possession of fraudulent documentation, which in this case was a fake ID, which, let's be honest, like every college-aged fucking person, except me, I never got a fake. I don't have a reason to get a fake. My birthday's in less than a month, but every other person I knew, they all have fakes. Dude, you have to kind of like watch your back a little bit in Florida, cause like like I got when I got like weed there and shit, like I was like kind of worried, like if you get caught in another state, you'll just like get a ticket or they'll tell you off for doing it or whatever. In Florida, it's like, can you actually get like arrested over this shit still? They don't play over there. They don't play. Too many of these words are not in the Bible. True. Agreed. Um, all right. What else can we start pre-stream before we get I have a full docket. Full docket today. So, how is everybody doing? I guess before we get into it, what do you want to see me cover today? What do you want to see me cover? Because we can improvise a little bit. I love to improvise, right? Just don't do weed for a bit, you addicted fella. I'm not. I only smoke weed if I'm like on vacation. I don't keep it in my house or anything. And the same rule is gonna go for alcohol. Cause I think though if you're not, I think it's just like stupid to risk. Well, not risk it. I just like for me, I just get like incredibly lazy when I start smoking weed. I have just no desire to do anything because I'm so happy being complacent, sitting with whatever it is I'm doing at that present moment. Weed for people with anxiety and shit, and I'm a very anxious person. For people with anxiety, um, like getting like developing a dependency to things like weed is like incredibly easy because you stop like or it inhibits some of that anxiety. But the problem with that is that I realize about myself is like my anxiety is not a bad thing. Because like I've noticed like that's kind of been my driving motivation to change whenever I was like not where I was supposed to be in life, and to just have something that constantly suppresses that motivation leads to happiness and satisfaction despite wherever you're at in your life not necessarily warranting happiness or satisfaction. So it can be fun. It's fun to occasionally use, but I would never use it regularly just because I don't want to become complacent. 35 views. I remember when you had thousands. True. True. All right. You learned all of this early, which is good. People don't realize this about me. Like, some of what you would expect about me is going to be true. Like, I was like a loser as a kid. I wasn't like, I wasn't partying or popular. But the one thing, and I'm okay talking about it, the one thing I did way earlier than I should have been was like experimenting with drugs and shit when I was a kid. So I learned like yeah, all of this shit like I've learned like earlier on when it comes to like substances. But a lot of people figure that out late. Like all the people I know that are college age are like fucking getting stoned all day, and they're also going to discover that like that complacency is not doing any benefits for their life. Still vapes though, lol. Okay, well nicotine's a different story. Nicotine is bad for your physical health. Nicotine, well, not nicotine in and of it. I know nicotine does something with your heart rate, which might not be great. But I also know, fun fact, and you could look this up, Google it, ask your fucking AI chatbot. People who use nicotine have a statistically significant lower likelihood of developing Parkinson's disease. I don't know why that is, but like nicotine and coffee like dramatically reduce the risk of going on to develop Parkinson's disease when you're older. That's an actual thing. I don't know if it has something to do, because I think Parkinson's is related to like the degradation of your myelinated sheath or something, right? So maybe it like protects the myelin or whatever it's called. I don't know. But yeah, that's obviously no doctor would advise you to use nicotine to prevent Parkinson's, but it does do that, and a doctor will admit that part. Okay. With that being said, I guess we can sort of get into it a little bit. He's back home. I am back home. Debate me, doctor. Dude, okay, sorry. Right before we get into it, actually, you just reminded me of something. So, when I when I was no longer fat, for a while I was like very, very skinny. And I had this like school nurse that was like way too like I would tell her like just like you need to like back off her, because she would be like you have to eat more, you have to eat more, and then she basically advised my parents to send me to a nutritionist, and I didn't want to go, but I went, and I go to this nutritionist, and I shit you not, within 15 minutes of being there, I don't remember exactly what she said. No, I was telling her I was going to be moving out to California for college because this was my senior year. And then she says something about the state being full of like insane liberals. And throughout the course of this like discussion, she keeps like dropping like snarky references to liberal politicians and shit. And it was like, maybe then I might debate my doctor. Maybe then, dude. All right, so our topic, or I guess we'll get into it. Elijah Shaffir is somebody whose name I have heard quite a bit, but I'm not too sure of like what specifically he's known for. I just know that he's a right-wing influencer. I don't know how right-wing he is, whether he's like just like a Trump bro to like a devout like neo-Nazi JQer or whatever, right? I'm not sure. I just know that he's on the right, and I know as a result of that and other things, he also hosts a podcast, I guess, called like Slightly Offensive, and not just by virtue of him being on the right, but some other stuff. He doesn't seem to be the brightest of people. During the mostly peaceful, incredibly peaceful January 6th Day of Love, he was there at the Capitol, and he actually is such a fucking genius that he took photos of what was alleged to be Nancy Pelosi's computer with emails on it, and actively just posted about the crime he was committing on social media. Now, because he was never charged with a crime, as a result of this, to my knowledge, just like Fuentes wasn't for his involvement in J6, a lot of people have gone on to speculate that he's some sort of Fed. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's Elijah Shaffir for you. Now, over the last week, his name has been coming up quite a bit, and I guess we'll go to where it all starts. A lot of these tweets are going to be deleted, so we're going to be looking at them secondhand. So, my wife divorced me and took my kids. I have no idea where they are. I am sober. I am sad. I have good support. Thank you for everyone supporting me during this rough season. I'll get through it. So, he just drops that. Obviously, it's a shitty situation to be in. Now, we don't know who caused the divorce or what factors contributed, but yeah, it'd be justified to feel sad, I guess, in an instance like this, especially when it involves the loss of your kids. But then this tweet got some people to do a bit of research, because Elijah has like A-logs, and they figured out that apparently it was Elijah himself that filed for divorce, which would make the saying his wife divorced me, feel bad for me thing make a lot less sense. So I saw this, and then it was like, okay, so this guy got a divorce. That's what we know. He may have lied about who initiated it. And this guy, K-Tane, or whatever this fucking person's name is, they are documenting this to all hell and back, right? They're one of the main people documenting the divorce aspect. And I don't remember where the reply was, but they admitted, and some people questioned, because the filing for this divorce is in Palm Beach County, which is in Florida. Now, apparently, the wife might have initially filed for divorce in the state of Texas, and the reason that Elijah's name shows up here is because he then later filed in Palm Beach. I don't know about how divorce works, like in regards to the legal process. Whether or not he lied about that is kind of like up for debate or speculation. So I did a search on X and found no one reporting this, so this slipped under the radar. Now these deranged... Okay, we'll get into those deranged posts. But it starts with a divorce, okay? Who did it? We're not so sure. Then things start to make a little bit less sense, okay? As Elijah posts some tweets that are of a quite a... They escalate things a little bit, I guess. I do not know where my wife and kids are, and I cannot get a hold of them. They are filed as missing persons. They have gone missing. I think he meant law enforcement. Law enforcement confirms someone in my household set me up. They planted drugs and said I was a criminal. This will be a public trial by the FBI. So nobody could find anything to suggest that his wife and kids were actually filed as missing persons. Law enforcement telling him that someone in his house set him up this early on doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. The FBI does not conduct trials. Okay, the FBI does not conduct trials. They arrest people who would then go to trial. And then the planning drugs part, I don't know any of the details about that. I am a victim of serious targeted felony crimes. I am not suicidal. They have kidnapped my family. They have stolen my money. I will bring justice. I need the public to know. I am in Virginia. The government is aware. I believe the FBI is trying to destroy my life and kill me. Okay. So, if we're to believe his tweets, he believes that somebody in coordination with the FBI is kidnapped his family, is holding them in some unremote location or possibly caused them some harm. That drugs are being planted in his house, money is being stolen. So we don't know what the fuck is going on here. But all I want to point out is it is the most like egotistical thing ever since like Epstein died, when like total nobodies who any government on earth would never go through the effort of like trying to kill feel the need to be like, I am not suicidal. I am not suicidal. Like it's like me, I don't know, I talk about like the Glup Shitto 9000 situation on my YouTube channel or whatever. And then about like some Roblox guy grooming a minor. And then when I'm done at the conclusion, I'm like, I am not suicidal. Well, hold on. Lying or schizo, call it. And then who just pointed out 100% same person. Well, yeah, so that's the angle here. The other angle here is we don't take his word, but I don't think he's lying either. I think he might legitimately believe some of this. And if so, it seems like he's going through some sort of psychotic or delusional episode, and having some sort of like persecutory delusions, I guess. I'm not sure if this isn't to be believed. And then it continues, I guess, in the replies and other posts. My stolen car was recovered by U.S. Customs. I'm the victim of a serious set of felonies, including gun theft. So now they're stealing his car and his guns? Why is Customs recovering his car? Someone from my inner circle is involved. This is an international probe. I don't know who I pissed off. I have evidence and will prosecute. I can't say anything else. Just bear in mind, this guy is no Fuentes. He's not like, I mean, even these tweets where he's being schizo are only getting like 577 likes. This is not somebody with like such significant reach and influence that multiple malicious governments and organizations and people within his inner circle would be coordinating to this extent and doing things this blatant to him, right? Because even if they were, it would be much more covert. So obviously he's suffering from some sort of delusion. I'm not sure. And then it goes on in the replies. Bullshit, you said your family was missing. Now it's all about the car. I'm glad you got the car back, but you've been on a coke bender and the misuse took the kids. Coke is for homos, bro. Most pointless drug I ever did. Absolute weak piss. Shut the fuck up, you projecting narcissistic asshole. Sorry you did coke and fuck your life. I don't do drugs. I'm a dad. I'm very concerned to have been advised by attorneys to not make any more statements due to the criminal actions against me and sensitive nature. So now someone seems to know something we don't. They're throwing in allegations of drug use. And I will say, excessive misuse of coke can absolutely cause behavior like this. Paranoia, persecutory delusions, mania, etc. Coke's a stimulant, right? So it could absolutely do this when misused and used into excess. It's going to depend on the person, the amount that's being used, etc. What's like doing a normal amount, like you're at a club and you do like a bump once? versus like the guy that's just doing it every day. So this is starting to, I'm more inclined to believe the drug-induced psychosis angle to these tweets. Then other people, apparently this person is someone of note. I don't know if him and Elijah are friends, but this person replies with, in all seriousness, I'm fairly sure Elijah Shaffir uses prescription amphetamines for I'm pretty sure Elijah Shaffir uses prescription amphetamines for ADHD. He may be suffering from bouts of mania, paranoia, and possibly early stage psychosis. In regards to that, I can't speak on it, okay? I can't speak on it. I'm not so sure about that angle, guys. I'm not so sure. No, he's right. He's right. Because if you're being prescribed in the United States an amphetamine for ADHD, they'll give you things like Adderall, like Ritalin, etc., which can be abused in excess to get the same effects or comparable effects to the use of using illegal stimulants recreationally. And stimulants, especially amphetamines, can induce things like mania, paranoia, psychosis, etc. Amphetamine-induced psychosis is a real thing. And this angle would also make sense, and maybe make sense as to why he's so confident asserting that he doesn't do coke. Because maybe he's like technically being honest. Maybe he doesn't do coke anymore. Maybe he's just waking up and snorting snorting XR Adderall and shit. I don't know. So at first, this is about a washed-up right-wing influencer, podcaster, nobody having an epic crash out. There's some people are alleging he might have killed his family at this point. Obviously, I think that's like insane speculation, whatever. But then, believe it or not, the real story has not even begun. Oh, wait. No, wait. We're not done with that yet. Hold on. So maybe, okay, so then it gets even worse. Okay, hold on. We're not in order yet. Then apparently he tweets out a video. We have a video that people are using as further evidence of his like mental deterioration, which it seemingly is suggested by multiple people to be a result of drugs. But let's watch this.
No one believes me that my life doesn't make any sense right now. But this is the way back to my hotel room, and it doesn't make any sense. I now have to leave my hotel room because of a flood. This is very weird. But what's going on here, okay? It's very bizarre. So there's some water moving here. Okay, cool. Won't walk in that.
So his hotel's being flooded. This is like a liminal spaces video.
This is very weird. But what's going on here, okay? It's very bizarre. So there's some water moving here. Okay, cool. Won't walk in that. My feet are wet. And then we got some flooding, I guess? Okay, it's falling on me.
Okay. Yes, this kind of, for me, there was a video. Okay, there's a video. Do you know why when you see mugshots of people who use meth, and meth is like ADHD prescriptions, meth is also in the category of amphetamine. It's methamphetamine. No, Adderall and meth are not the same thing. But some of the like effects from misusing Adderall can be reminiscent of that of things like meth. But do you know why in like these photos of meth addicts, there's like all these like cuts on their faces and shit? Because the thing I've noticed is that like when people are in the middle of like an amphetamine like induced, like I guess you would call it a high, they're like hyper obsessed with every trying to figure what's going on here, trying to like figure everything. I can't explain it to you, but there's like a video. This dude died from meth, and his family released a video to bring awareness to the public of the day before he died, and he was filming himself. He believed there were all these like impurities in his face, and he was squeezing at his face and picking at his face, and he's like, what's going on over, I don't know, the way this, something about like the way Elijah is like moving and hyper perceptive of every single aspect of the general concept of a hotel being flooded. It's very reminiscent of kind of some of the mannerisms or behavior that I've seen from in examples of people who are going through some sort of amphetamine induced mental health episode. That's called schizophrenic. That's not okay. If you use meth and then start picking at your face, for example, that's not schizophrenia. Just so we're clear. Also, thank you for the $5 donut, first donut of the stream. Jeez. You were clueless, Aiden. I take XR, and it is slow release, not what you were saying. What did I say that you disagree with? And I'm not disputing XR is slow release. That's what the XR is. It's extended release. When I was giving my little example there, and this is how people often abuse the Adderall, they'll snort it. They won't just take it. This, I think, is like way more direct to your brain and bloodstream. And the thing about having to snort it is you have to take it out of the capsule of the XR pill. So the whole XR thing isn't going to matter there because you're snorting the substances that are inside. Can you stream this? Who the fuck is even... It's not the Giants, so who gives a fuck? It's like the Packers versus who? I only care about the halftime show. Oh, it's not the... Why did I think it was the Packers? It's the Seahawks versus the Patriots. Oh, wait, the Patriots are... Hopefully they don't deflate the ball. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, I don't give a fuck about football. I think it should be a banned sport. Problem? Issue? Concern? Thank you for the $2. $2. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $2, Draftal. Your wig is falling off slightly. It's not a fucking wig. I tried Adderall. It just puts me to sleep. Well, that's the interesting thing about drugs, right? They have different effects on different people.
But what even is going on, right?
Also, your football isn't even real fucking football.
There's a thing, okay? Just I can, like, take a seat and actually...
Wait, sorry, let's lock into the video.
Okay, it's falling on me, but...
That's generally what happens when there's flooding from the upper level.
What even is going on?
Flooding. It's flooding. You could tell he's absolutely having an episode or on something because the notion of flooding is like so confusing to him. I was in a hotel that caught fire. Everyone knows this. Can you imagine me just stumbling around the hotel? There's smoke everywhere and I could clearly like see fire and I'm like, what is happening? What's going on? What is this bright thing? And I'm like pointing at a fucking flame. Like, yeah, like you can tell there's absolutely something abnormal about his behavior.
Right? There's a thing, okay? Just I can like take a seat and actually rest. But then I have some what?
That was a nice rest. He takes a seat for 2 seconds. He's like, I need to rest. And then immediately gets back up.
Some Diet Dr. Pepper? No one believes...
His wife and kids just left him. He is living in a hotel making these bizarre tweets about some global conspiracy to ruin his life. And now we have this video of him being confused at the concept of flooding and like Dr. Pepper and shit. As people are alleging amphetamine-induced psychosis, which is very obviously what's going on here. Let's be real. Who is this? This is Elijah Shaffir. So we have all of this erratic behavior from the guy. We have all of this erratic behavior. But believe it or not, that was the prelude to the drama. The real drama hasn't even started, believe it or not, because a certain somebody makes a thread. Where is it? Here we go. And by a certain somebody, I mean Milo Yiannopoulos. Now, Milo, I'm also not familiar with his 18 pages of lore. I just know that he is he was a far-right influencer that was also at one point openly gay while being on the far right, and then apparently now he's like ex-gay, and most of the time I hear about him is him taking jabs at other right-wing influencers like Fuentes. I don't know if that's why his name on Twitter is Nero, because the old folk legend, which apparently isn't even true, that Nero like set Rome on fire and was like strumming his like guitar or whatever, or forget the name of the fucking instrument, while it all burned. So he's like burning the right, he's burning down the right. That could be the reason that that's his name. Or it could be, I mean, wasn't Nero also known for when his wife died, taking a youthful boy from Rome and forcing the boy to live as his wife, and then like the boy killed himself? Maybe that's why that's him. I don't know. But I am very suspicious of Milo, not just because he's on the right, not just because he's on the right, but also because he's made some, I guess one could say, some shady statements, something of that nature, I guess.
In the homosexual world, particularly, some of those relationships between younger boys and older men, the sort of coming of age relationships, the relationships in which those older men help those young boys to discover who they are and give them security and safety and provide them with love and a reliable and sort of a rock where they can't speak to their parents. Some of those relationships are some of the most
molestation to me. It sounds.
And that, by the way, that's the quickest one I can find a video of. He's made other statements like this. So maybe that's why he's called Nero. Maybe that's why he's called Nero. Regardless, he jumps into this with a thread. I'm in touch with Elijah. I told him to get off the internet for a couple weeks and go to rehab. It is better for everyone to just rip the band-aid off, so I'll share with you over the next few hours the info doing the rounds in private, or at least what I have been able to confirm. I've seen a dossier someone put together. Everything is coming out. My advice is to check yourself into a facility sooner rather than later. Dude, we've got fucking Sigmund Freud over here. Sigmund Freud coming in with the best medical analysis and recommendations. There may be a life for you after this, but it's going to depend on being totally honest about all the details, and it's going to require sympathy. See, Milo is not really Milo's not aware of this because Milo's also in the far right bubble, but there probably isn't much of a life for him outside of this, and it's not just because of anything that was revealed in the course of this drama. The thing about like making like triggering the libs, making like super far right statements, actually committing crimes in the name of your political ideology is at some point when this country becomes normal again, hopefully, you're gonna just like be alienated from any alternative career path. And if you ever do come to like the realization that you've devoted your life to nothing but lies and fucking insanity, there's not really gonna be much for you outside of that. As far as I can see, drug addiction is the only card you've left to play. If I were you, I would go out of my way to be generous and decent with the wife and kids. This cross-filing in other states for divorce is insultingly childish and stupid. Observers will... Okay, so this seems to confirm the notion that the Palm Beach divorce filing was not the only one, and therefore that's not proof that Elijah lied about who initiated the divorce. The cross-filing in other states for divorce is insultingly childish and stupid. Observers will be asking, haven't you put the poor bitch through enough? The investors don't matter. If they met you and still wrote you a check, that's on them. I'm sure it will be a while before you are ready to start putting your life back together, but when you are, I will help you. I've been trying to signal you for the past year or so to cut the bullshit and talk to me. I was hoping everybody could avoid this. There's something so sinister to me about these people. Like, if you're in it for the drama, for snarking people or whatever, if that's what you're in it for, fair enough. That's what I do. But when you come to certain people who are in the midst of controversy under this like false guise of caring about their best interests and wanting to be a helpful friend or whatever, when that's very obviously not the case, there's just something that is like absurdly like sinister and evil about that, right? You may wish to be offline for the next week or two. What do you mean, cease and desisting people right now? But I got my car back, so that's good. Are you stupid? What do you mean? Wait, just seeing the top of this. Hey man, I'm going through some things. Can you help me here? What dossier? Shot you a call. Your tweets have been so erratic and insane that people are asking if you killed your family. There is a dossier being circulated that reveals all details about Rift's collapse, your drinking/substance abuse, the affair with Sarah Stock, treatment of your wife, sexual habits and perversions, alleged prostitution, your wife filing for divorce and then you filing back in a different state so you can make out that you dumped her. Now, we haven't gotten into the Sarah shit yet. That's the main part of this drama. But in regards to what I know about Rift, that's like his like streaming site, I think. And I guess that's what the investors were putting money into. I don't know how I'd feel as an investor if I was like checking in on like what the progress is on my investment, and the guy running the entire operation is having like public divorce drama and is like amphetamine posting in the middle of some fucking hotel because he's been forced out of his house. I at this point, I'd be a little bit concerned about where my money is. Hold on. He was around all the popular righties, having all the gossip and all of them, and we'll drop it for the lulz. Okay, then is that why he's called Nero? Is that why he's called himself Nero? Rift? That sounds familiar. That's probably because it's a word. Maybe that's why. One second. One second here, guys. Bear with me. Is anyone here besides DJ Party Pawn, the last person left on the sinking ship that is my channel? Okay. It is safe to assume that everything about your life is about to hit the internet. This is also where like this completely like duplicitous angle of like concern when Milo's only in it for the drama really like shows itself, because while he's simultaneously recommending that Elijah go to rehab, seemingly buying into the allegations of amphetamine usage and resulting psychosis and paranoia, he's also just like saying things to him that are the worst things you can possibly say to somebody that is having amphetamine-induced paranoia. Everyone is turning on you. Things are circulating behind the scenes. Like, it is like unironically like the Sam Hyde bit or who did this bit of like giving like the girl like LSD and then everybody getting around her and being like nightmare or whatever. It's like that bit. He's saying all the wrong things to this guy while simultaneously coming in as somebody that's genuinely concerned for his well-being and wants him to go to rehab. No, Milo is just here for the drama. And if that's the case, fucking admit it. Don't be like this like duplicitous snake. Or sorry, Eric Andre. Why did I say Sam Hyde? Start again at the beginning of my text. Now that you know this, you won't take it, but my very strong advice that you get off the internet 2 weeks and check in rehab. And, oh, wait, we already read. Is this the... Wait, no. Wait. Huh? Starting at the beginning of my text, now that you know this, you won't take it, but my very strong advice that you get off the internet for 2 weeks and check in a rehab and be very, very fucking nice to your wife. Whether or not you have a professional future at all depends on it. Nobody believes this horse shit you were posting about your car either. You got away with being a maniac for a while, but the bill is now due. You are a very poor liar. It is not your forte. You should find another profession, one in which you only need the truth. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. This guy is not ex-gay. He, like, there's some people where you could just, like, read the messages and it's like, okay, this person is obviously gay. I don't really see that X part coming into play here at all with the way that Milo talks. If your husband doesn't... Okay, and then this is a message... Okay. Let's start with Sarah Stock. So this is where she comes into the drama. Now, Sarah Stock seemingly... Now, I don't follow right-wing grifter, like, accounts that much, so I'm not super familiar with when exactly she became known amongst the right wing, but amongst the general public, like many people, and I'm going to be covering one of these people tomorrow, I remember her first main appearance being on Jubilee, where she was talking to a gay guy about bottoms having like a 25% chance of like having incontinence issues or some shit. And she kind of, I guess, was being like, got popular off that, was being promoted by like the Groypers and shit, and marketed herself as like this trad calf. I don't know what specific opinions she gave on each specific issue, but you can kind of gauge based on her target audience and the whole trad calf LARP. You know, she converted to Catholicism and shit. What kind of opinions she has in general, and you could probably assume that things like cheating, abortion, disloyalty to your husband, sleeping around, etc. are all completely detestable to her because of the Bible, even though they only seemingly like to use the Bible when it's time to shame the women as opposed to like lustful men. But Milo tweets out, let's start with Sarah Stock. If your husband doesn't know, now is the time. I understand that you won't see it like this for a long time, but as you can see from the above, it is better for everyone that things come out in one burst today instead of metastasizing over weeks. Do not let him find out from somebody else. In February 2025, Sarah Stock and Elijah Shaffir began sleeping together. The affair ended on the day she got engaged. About 6 months later in that time... Okay, so you have multiple contradictions in regards to Sarah's, like, professed, like, ideology and what she advocates for online, right? You're having sex before you're married. You're having it with a man who you've already committed to marrying, even though you're not... Or no, the commitment happened the day of. That's when she ended it. But I'm sure that they didn't just meet each other and get engaged. I'm sure there was some, like, romantic, like, affection and interest in one another prior to actually getting married. So she's having sex before marriage. She's getting an abortion. And to the demographic of people that she knowingly appeals to and has based her personality on, she would, if we're to believe this is true, she's a murderer in their eyes. She's a murderer. She's a killer. Stock and Shaffir had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference, and recordings of Stock confessing the affair. She claims large amounts of alcohol were involved. They told each other they loved one another. Elijah told her he was thinking of leaving his wife for her. Stock's husband has met Shaffir many times, but did not know about their sexual relationship when he proposed. In this recording, Stock can be heard admitting to the affair, adding that she does not plan to tell her husband about it.
Take any accountability at all because, like, it obviously was my fault too. It happened.
All right, we're gonna have to boost this a little bit.
Between us, but even that was like not like, I don't know. I felt like it was like he got me like very intoxicated. Like I don't even like remember.
Now, she probably doesn't know she's being recorded here. And yes, like, we should not, your takes or opinions or perspective and like potential insinuations you could be giving are going to all come into play when you're making a public statement versus a private one. But when I hear that she was intoxicated and stuff, my mind wanders towards her potentially insinuating that she was raped. Maybe that's not what she was trying to do, because once again, she had no knowledge that this was public, right? There's no interest in it for her in making this public. But that's what my mind is starting to wander to. I don't know who this phone calls to.
Most of it, and I was even like thinking back, because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights. We were there, and the second night I was like breaking out in like a rash, and so he's like, oh, like get some Benadryl, it'll help with the rash. And like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out, because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl and like fed me a bunch of shots and stuff, and like obviously that's like stupid on.
Yeah, like words like fed me, gave me the Benadryl, etc. This is all seemingly to indicate that her ability to actually knowingly consent to what was occurring was incapacitated, and if her version of events is true, then she was raped. Now, there's reasons here why she could lie about that. There's big motivation to lie for her here, because the notion of a consensual affair based on the ideology she's built her career around is detrimental to her image, right? It's detrimental. Now, I don't know why that lie would come into play if she's speaking privately, and I do believe that she didn't believe this would be publicized, but that would then come down to a question of, okay, who is she talking to here? And what motivation or incentive would she have to lie to this individual, right? He's back in his California hug box. Nobody knows what the fuck the word hug box means. People are calling my audience and IC chat like a fucking hug box before the London trip or whatever, or the audience that existed before the London trip or whatever. And it's like, that is like the most untrue, unfair characterization I have ever heard in my fucking life. Nobody that I have ever known disagrees with me and tries to get me angry more than my fucking audience and IC chat. So that, like, that assertion is just, like, fucking ridiculous. To be honest, whoever probably came up with this idea that I was running a hug box was probably one of my chatters or in IC chat themselves, because that's totally something that a chatter would say to me to fucking rile me up.
On my part, to like go along with that, you know, but at the same time, it's like he obviously like knew what he was doing.
So he had it in his mind. Benadryl, what? Like, does that just make it?
Does anyone know this person's voice, the person she's talking to? Because I think that who she's talking to, once again, is going to be very relevant for contextually as we understand what might be motivating the things she's saying here, if we're to assume she's being potentially deceptive.
It increases like the toxicity or something, like.
Well, Benadryl, depending on there's non-drowsy, I think, but Benadryl I'm pretty sure it interacts with alcohol. But the thing is as you're stacking intoxicants, like alcohol's a downer, Benadryl makes you drowsy and shit. As you're stacking this kind of stuff, the probability of, or the impediment to your ability to function, your ability to make accurate assessments, your ability to stay awake is all being like significantly chipped away at. So if she's drunk and she's taking like a Benadryl, which the generic one does make you drowsy or whatever, then like, yeah, her at that point, and based on the context, it would be indicated that he knew she took a Benadryl and shit. It could be meaningfully interpreted that her ability to consent would be her ability to consent would be diminished, right? If we're to assume that what she's saying is true.
Gets you really screwed up.
Yeah, like mixing like a drug like that with alcohol.
It's a horrible idea, yeah.
When was what was this, CPAC?
That was when I very first met him in February.
Like I take sleeping pills, and I'm like one of the explicit warnings is not to take it if you're under the influence of alcohol or not because there's a specific interaction between the two substances, but because taking a substance that induces drowsiness in addition to intoxicants that impair judgment and further produce drowsiness is going to fuck with you, right? It's going to significantly fuck with you.
Where was he back? I don't even remember this. Oh,
DC.
oh, that was in DC. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Benadryl.
Okay, the guy whenever I hear these calls, and by the way, the calls are never like recorded on OBS or something. It's always like somebody has like another phone out or another cat, and they're like, you can hear their voice like from the angle of not being on the phone or digitized or whatever, and then like this format of secretly recording someone. Every single time, the guy who you could tell is the one that's recording it in the room, they're always speaking like they're on stream or like they're doing a televised interview. Like if I were her, I would know that this guy is probably recording me at this point or wearing a fucking wire.
For a breakout?
Who's the guy? They talk like Jimmy from The Sopranos. They talk like. So, fellas, more about those illegal activities we've been perpetrating recently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, I know
Once
how.
again,
54 viewers, true. That's half of 100, and you know what? It could be 30, and I'd still be here doing this fucking stream. Okay? Because to admit defeat when there is still battles to conquer is a fool's choice. Whoa.
I'll take it. But at the same time, it's like he obviously like knew what he was doing.
So he had it in his mind. Benadryl, what? Like, does that just make it increases like the toxicity or something? Like.
That was when I very first met him in February.
Where was he back? I don't even remember this. Oh,
DC.
Oh, that was in DC. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Benadryl. For a breakout?
Yeah.
For a rash. This guy, the guy that's talking to her, by the way, if I was assuming he wasn't recording, I'd be assuming that he's so stupid that he's not even worth talking to. He's like, so, like, does the Benadryl, like, what does the Benadryl do here? Does it make it is there toxicity? Like, you could easily infer what Benadryl would do here. If you know anything about Benadryl, which if you're a fucking American, I don't know how you couldn't, right? And then, furthermore, he's like, why give a Benadryl for that? You're given a Benadryl when you have allergic reactions, and yes, a rash can be, or hives can be in response to an allergen.
Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, I know how.
Once again, like I'm saying, like I'm not saying I don't like have any fault in that. Like I, like definitely like.
Himpleton is interviewing Stale 2000, and you're covering this call. I didn't follow the stale shit. And I will say Himpleton is remarkably better than myself at getting people to call in.
Ate me up for like a long time.
Yeah.
I feel very bad about it still. Like have any fault in that. Like I, like it like definitely like ate me up for like a long time.
So I guess because your natural question here would be, you're insinuating that you were raped. You're bringing in all of these factors that heavily impede your ability to give meaningful consent. And then if he chooses, knowing that you're on Benadryl and alcohol, etc., to the point where you were blacking out, if he then chooses to go and have intercourse with you, right, that would be rape. That would be rape. So you shouldn't, if this is all true, it wouldn't make sense for her to feel guilty over it. But in reality, it does kind of make sense because rape victims, people who were raped, do feel guilty about their rape, even though they shouldn't, all the fucking time. Once again, I'm not saying that she was. I'm just listening to her version of events, and I know that she has heavy incentive to lie here, trying to figure out what's going on. But what we've established is that she's confessed that cheating absolutely did happen.
Yeah.
I feel very bad about it still.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Is she Canadian? Dude, why are like all of these like right-wing being like protect America, America first? Why are they all from Canada? That like about the way she said about really gave it away for me.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I feel very bad about it still.
About, yeah, you hear it. She's Canadian. 150% Canadian.
But yeah.
Damn. Yeah, that's
It's a bit time that these immigrants went back to their own country.
it's tough, and I mean, I don't know how you feel about the guy now, but it's like it's probably worse that you don't. That you like the more that you learn about him and know who he really is, it probably makes the whole thing worse a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What is?
I mean, I just don't want anything to do with him. Like,
I get you. I totally get you. What?
If this was, by the way, we need the date this happened. We need who she's talking to, because all we know at a baseline is she does have incentive to lie here. The likelihood that she's lying goes down when she believes that what she's saying is private, right? And didn't publicly ever make this assertion, but she could have motivation to also lie in private as well. And then furthermore, this would be she has no interest in seeing if they cut contact after this had occurred, before there was any indication that this was going to go public. I might be incentivized to believe her story a little bit more. There are like key details here that are being completely omitted.
What did he say about his family? Like, because obviously he has like a family and kids. What was his excuse with that though? Like, how would he justify that?
he's like,
No more Canadian donos. That I made one joke about you Canadians, and now it's like we're dude. The government of Canada pays me so much money to sweep, and this is what I get.
he was like, oh, my wife doesn't care. She lets me run free or whatever. She doesn't care as long as, because I like take such good care of her, and she just lets me be a man and like do what I want and blah blah blah. Like,
Really?
he was like saying that stuff. Yeah.
Says like the wife doesn't care. Wow.
Yeah.
So he has an open
So they're in an open marriage, I guess. Is he a cock?
relationship, huh? That's crazy.
Listen, this is also, unless it's the case, this I understand a little bit more. If it's a man and a woman, and the guy's okay with his wife fucking other girls, and the wife's okay with him fucking other guys, which does happen, okay, then maybe, I guess there's a little more understanding there. But maybe one of my more righty takes is that open relationships are the most like toxic, degenerate thing ever, because they all end up exactly how you'd expect them to end up. Anytime you hear about an open relationship, it always ends with like some divorce drama. Yo, thank you so much for the 7. How about Nope? Pair character holding his belly from laughing out loud. Well, I'd love to hear what that pair character heard. It's making him laugh so much. G's with the 5. Are you going to cover 10Z and his girlfriend breaking up? The guy apparently gave up his bones for her. Gave up his bones for her. G's. Don't you mean his marrow? Okay, this is going to be a really dumb question. I don't think you could can you donate bones? I'm pretty sure you mean it marrow. You had some sort of bone marrow cancer. Okay, yeah, his marrow. Okay, I was like, what?
Which, I mean,
Did you ever question that, or like?
I was like, that's definitely not, like, I like realized that's not true.
Right.
But also, like, at the time,
You wish the leaderboard was a thing? What do you mean?
realized that's not true.
Right.
But also, like, at the time, like, it seemed like, I don't know, just like the way he acted and everyone acted around him and the things he would say around girls, it almost like seemed like that was true. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so once again, if we are going at this from the angle of it was a consensual affair, which absolutely could have happened here, all of a sudden this like acceptance of the things she heard and like all these things people were saying about him is true, etc. This could all be like self-serving. This could all be self-serving. And she could just be overtly lying. Now, for the normal person, I can still watch somebody, like, I don't think having an affair for the average person, the average influencer, will necessarily be career ending. For her, it will be. For her, it will be because her entire fucking LARP is, like, dependent on the idea of, like, being without sin. Or she hasn't stated overtly, and I know that's, like, antithetical to Christianity because the notion is everybody sins. But, like, people like her base their entire personality on, like, obsessing over a few specific sins, especially when they pertain to women. And now those sins have occurred amongst her, and she would, if admitting to a consensual affair, would get the exact same level of understanding and empathy that the women that people like her criticize receive.
And, like, obviously, like, I deeply regret that, but also, like, I'm not a slut. Like, I mean, that's, like, a horrible thing, but it's not like I really am, like, sleeping around or...
I don't think a one-night mistake would necessarily make you a slut, but to these people, it's, like, an irreversible label that... I mean, the way people talk about it is gross. Like, if for some reason there was, in the right wing... sphere for a while, there was like this discourse about like, yeah, if she has like a high body count, she's used goods, don't take her or whatever, shit, like gross shit like that. And it's like to these people, like the notion of being defined as a slut in their sphere is like pedo, because it's this label now that you're damaged forever and won't be able to take off. In one case, it would be correct that label couldn't be taken off, but in their sphere, like, they act like mistakes don't just stay as like mistakes. You're like forever damaged or whatever. Which the parts I'm not a Christian, but the parts that I find admirable about Christianity, the potential for redemption, that we're all guilty of sin, etc. The parts that I've admired about Christianity are all seemingly antithetical to the narrative that these like types of influencers spread about women.
Have been, so...
Yes, and when men have a high body count, they're based. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know...
well, as their logic goes. I have just as... Like, if you're fucking sleeping with people every night, I will admit there's a negative judgment there. Because in my mind, you're somebody that seeks out temporary pleasure and can't exercise restraint or, like, impulse control. As a result, like, there would be some judgment there. But the same goes for men. I call people man whores all the fucking time.
You don't have to defend yourself.
Do you think you'll look good with an afro? Probably not.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's kind of just, like, not even true for, like, anyone who knows me, so...
Yeah, I mean, you just had a fling with Elijah, and that's... I don't know, I guess he got upset.
Dude, how can she... This guy's wearing a fucking wire. How can she... So I guess you had a fling with this Elijah person. That's the thing that happened here, right? He's wearing a wire. He's wearing a wire. Aiden, do you like Bad Bunny? I've heard some of his music. It's okay. I'm not, it's not my kind of music, so I'm not like particularly like a big fan of his or whatever. But I think it's like hilarious how he's triggering the cons. He's triggering the cons. Aiden, am I a man whore? Based on everything I know about you, no, I won't. I'll hold my tongue. I'll hold my tongue. Possibly. Possibly. I mean, this guy, in fucking England, dude, this guy literally made out with half the bar. This guy actually just like made out with half the bar, so I don't know.
About it, he's just exaggerating. Yeah. I mean, did you... I guess you're not gonna tell anyone, huh? Or... I guess I was gonna ask, like, would you tell your husband? I guess this is before your husband, right?
Nothing wrong with a bit of fun. I look away for 2 seconds. I turn my head. And there is a Mexican guy in a cowboy hat, and you have the most passionate makeout I've ever seen in my life. It's like literally 2 seconds. I turn my head. You haven't even met this guy. I turn my head back, and it's like, dude, what the fuck is going on?
Right?
Yeah, no, we weren't engaged.
Oh, okay.
But no, I'm not telling anyone.
No, when I saw that shit, I literally turned around very openly, very loudly in an animated fashion. I pointed and I said, "Ew, gay!" And everyone erupted in applause, and I was crowned the King of England. Sorry. All right.
Engaged.
Oh, okay.
But no, I'm not telling anyone.
Yeah. Okay.
And like I was like I said, like very intoxicated.
Well,
So
he said like it was a couple times like you were traveling around and like,
Okay, so the whole idea of rape kind of, I don't know if that's why she kept bringing up the Benadryl and the alcohol. What that points to for me is potential rape. I guess maybe that's not what she was trying to do, or she doesn't believe that that's what happened, or whatever. But if this was actually occurring over multiple instances, like, yeah, you can't really use those minimizing factors anymore. Like, even if you're using those, say, you weren't raped, but your judgment was impaired a little bit. So you, like, made a choice off of impulse that you potentially regret, right? Even if that's why you're bringing those things up, that notion kind of disappears when we're talking about this occurring multiple times.
like maybe in DC and New York and stuff like that. I'm not trying to.
Aiden's mad he's not as cool as me, guys. When I was collecting like Pokemon cards, you're collecting sexually transmitted infections. If that's your notion of cool, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
no.
So that's that. We have the voice recording. Stock alleges that Shaffir got me like very intoxicated and that she does not remember all the events of the evening. She adds that, okay, we already read that. He's summarizing it. Shaffir constantly questions Stock's faith at the same time as, or so several former employees allege, masquerading as an Orthodox Christian himself. Okay. Wearing oversized religious jewelry. When he met Stock's husband, Shaffir kissed him on the forehead in the manner of a priest. For me, like, if you're not, okay, when I hear that I have no problem, I grew up, like, most of my exposure to Christianity was from Catholics, because most of my friends growing up were, like, Italians and shit, right? So I went to communions and stuff. I used to think that's just, like, isn't that, like, only a Catholic thing? But nowadays, when I see like an influencer identifying as Catholic that isn't Italian, Hispanic, etc., I'm very inclined to believe, okay, this person is a convert, which is still valid in Catholicism, of course, but they're doing it like merely for aesthetical reasons. That's just the vibe I get when I hear about like, when I see these like trad cath types or orthodoxy. That's also like another like huge, like, I'm not saying it's a LARP religion, because there are millions who adhere to it genuinely. It's gone through generations of their family, but some people are just attracted to it merely for like the aesthetics, and so they could wear it as like their personality in LARP. So I've always been a little bit weary. I grew up Protestants do communion as well. Dude, the communions I went to, think of the biggest stereotypes in your mind. Like, you would be sure if you were there that there were members of the mob, because it would be like, dude, both the communions, two of the communions that I went to, they were both Vincents. That both their names were Vincent, and in each communion, you've all the, because like, if when you're good friends, I've met like, because I was little, I'd go to their house on play dates, I met all their family. You'd have this like room of like people like in suits and shit with way too much cologne on that were whispering shit to each other. You didn't know who these guys were, and it was like, I was there. I think they look like the stereotypical mob types. These like tough older Italian guys. Aiden is a Colombo family associate. True. Okay. Elijah Shaffir's affair with Sarah Stock will come as a surprise to some observers, many of whom are convinced that Shaffir is, or at least was, gay. Others, okay, pot calling the kettle black here, Milo. Others regard him as a cookie-cutter drunk and womanizer. Both groups are correct. Shaffir says he had a twink phase. Okay, if he's overtly stating that he had a twink phase, how is it up for question that he was gay? I guess people can use the term twink just to refer to appearance. It technically also means you're gay, but there are some people that just like say someone looks like or has like is like a twink that's not necessarily gay, right? But if he's calling himself a twink and stuff, how is it like up for question? Before he got married, a twink is a slender young homosexual male who who enjoys being aggressively anally penetrated by an older, active, usually more muscular partner. Okay, just because it happened in prison once doesn't make a guy gay. Come on, guys. Come on. No, I mean, if he's like calling himself a twink, he obviously used to be gay. This period seems to coincide with Shaffir's time as a youth pastor. What? Dude, is he having his Dickers moment where the revelations of his time in the church are being brought to light? What is the insinuation here, buddy? Holy shit. Now, once again, take Milo's word with a pinch of salt because he's desperate to contribute anything he can to the drama, and to his credit, these are some major contributions in regards to the affair, but he is just going to start throwing shit in there for the sake of it, and if a claim is going to be entirely reliant on Milo's word, once again, take it with a pinch of salt, because he absolutely could just be making shit up to have the bigger story. So, a little known fact about Shaffir is that he attended church with and grew up around Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson? Benny Johnson? Wait a minute. That name rings a bell, doesn't it? That name, there used to be my favorite series. My favorite fucking series online. Hold on. You remember Benny? Dude, gotta bring this banger back once again. Did it only have one episode?
I'm going to need to go ahead and move you downstairs into storage B.
No,
we have some new people coming in, and we need all the space we can get.
But there's no space.
So if you could just go ahead and pack up your stuff and move it down there, that would be terrific.
I was
okay.
I could stay. Excuse me.
This is where we know Benny Johnson from, am I right, guys?
My name is Benny Johnson, and welcome to the world exclusive premiere of The Left Can't Meme. Ladies and gentlemen, an exclusive series on Parler. Parler, where free speech lives.
How many fucking like right-wing alternative sites are there now? You had Parler, Truth Social, Cozy TV, Elijah Shaffir comes out with Rift, then there's Odyssey, and then there's how many platforms? Like, when is this madness gonna stop?
Champion in the form of hilarious memes.
Hilarious memes! Look at that one. It's like dancing people, but Trump's face is over it. Am I right, guys? The left cannot meme. We deliver. We deliver. Sorry. But that's Benny Johnson for you. So apparently, they went to school together during Shaffir's self-described twink phase. Him and Benny went to school together. Grew up around Benny Johnson, whose house Shaffir attended sleepover. Huh? attended sleepovers while they both attended Calvary Chapel. Shaffir left the church in a hurry when he was discovered having sex with another man. Does Milo have proof for any of the? It's funny. It is very funny. Dude, it's up for question whether this man is gay. Like, imagine Milo actually can prove everything he's saying. He's like, there are allegations that he's gay. You know, there was the one time he got caught having sex with a man after describing himself as a twink. Despite his own past, one of Shaffir's favorite subjects is Nick Fuentes' homosexuality, a subject Shaffir returns to again and again. According to Sarah Stock, who comments in the second recording about how much shit Elijah talks about Fuentes in private.
Nick for clout while bringing on one of his enemies or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Beardson did.
Oh, thank you so much for the 5, Patrick. Never forget when Milo was making schizo faces when Kanye was doing a speech. Also, another 2 losers grifting as a trad couple. Who would have thought? Yeah, like, they act shocked every single time. It's, like, exposed that one of their own is, like, a completely, like, spineless, standardless freak. Like, and they don't understand that, like, their ideology and the community they've immersed themselves in, that's literally your entire thing.
A little bit of a stream and talked a lot of shit about Elijah for saying, like, oh, like, I feel like he's constantly, like, subtweeting the Groypers and, like, trying to talk shit about Groypers without saying anything directly. But it's, like, kind of weird because even Beardson was like, yeah, and, like, I like Elijah, though. Like, I don't have a reason to, like, dislike him, but, like, this needs to stop. Like, it's cringe. I don't know. He was kind of, like, in the middle like that. So Beardson didn't even have, like, any of the examples where Elijah said, like, so much worse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't even aware of us.
Oh, okay.
Can this guy get, like, any closer to his mic?
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if even Beardson did a whole stream about this, he didn't seem to, like, he would barely do anything about it. So I just kind of feel like.
Wait, I just realized we have the. Let's assume it normally. Wait, now it's too quiet. I had the volume booster still turned on because this is recorded, like, insanely quietly. But apparently we actually need that still.
I don't know.
I guess
I was thinking, like, if Nick knew, like,
So just ignore the sound of, like, a literal fucking waterfall in the background.
how much shit Elijah's talked about him. Like, Elijah will go around, like, telling people Nick's gay.
Oh, really?
Really? This is, like, a huge shock. People think Fuentes, the guy that spent an entire day with a fucking cat, an entire day with, like, a cat boy, like, gay Nazi. People think that guy is gay. No, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's, like, said that before in, like, a room. Be like, yeah, I mean, like, I think it's definitely true that he is, you know, gay or whatever, but he has his own things. Just, like, he's, like, totally said that before.
Huh.
That's what Hitler said about Ernst Röhm. It's like, yeah, he's gay, but he has his own things he can do. He's useful. That doesn't even sound like Elijah is shit talking here. It sounds more like the private speculation is probably true. But I still think that he has some use to us or whatever. Who? You don't know you ever seen the meme, the gay Nazi? Ernst Röhm was Hitler's right-hand man. And then Hitler, like, concocted a fake reason to arrest him and then personally arrested him in a hotel room. And when Hitler showed up, he caught Ernst in bed with an 18-year-old man. And it was, like, a very open secret that the Hitler Youth and Ernst Röhm and the SA were all, like, fucking each other and shit. So a lot of, like, propaganda directed at the Nazis was like, the Nazis are gay. Why would you want to join them? I think it was Gorky who said cut a homosexual and a fascist bleeds. It all started from, like, those rumors.
Because I'm saying, like, those things make me. I don't want to.
Being gay to them is absolutely, yeah. And it's funny because when these people get exposed as also being people that have impulses or whatever, like, their side will never accept them for it, and their side, despite like LARPing as Christians and conveniently forgetting like the aspect of like forgiveness, repentance, etc. When it comes to like horrible accusations, like being a whore. To these all of these things that they all get caught in are not forgivable on their own side. And this does happen time and time again. Fucking Hugh Anthony, or whatever his name was, he got exposed for being gay. And I shouldn't even say, I don't even need to use the word exposed, because the reality is, there's nothing wrong with it if you know, if you're like, obviously, I don't need to, guys, there's nothing wrong with same-sex relations. But to their side, the side that these people have built their life around, there is. And that's the cruel irony in it. And one has to wonder if their internalized self-hatred for their own desires is why they speak so flagrantly and devote their personality to talking about the sins of others. Because deep down inside, they hate themselves.
I believe Nick's gay, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know
the
how...
same theory about, like, you see all of these groypers that are, like, Latino and shit, or whatever. And you have to wonder, like, from a psychological perspective, is it, like, they deep down believe that they're inferior because of a certain trait? So they feel like if they join the in-group and are loud enough, they can compensate for that. You've seen it in history, right? You've had, there was like a Jewish guy that was like an adamant, devout member of the American Nazi Party and hit his pastor or whatever. And he, if anything, he was even more fervent about his anti-Semitism than many of the Nazis were. And that was an obvious attempt at like overcompensation.
I feel, but those things, like those clues that Elijah's leaving and always these comments, and then the fact that like Nick doesn't just crush him when he like counter signals or whatever, it's like, I just feel like, does he know something? Like,
dude, why does this guy sound like American, and then every like few sentences you hear, he just turns into an Australian?
What does Elijah have that he's allowed to exist this long? Because, and maybe you're right, nobody's just paying attention.
Because nobody is paying attention because he's fucking irrelevant. Even on tweets in the midst of a major drama, he's still only pulling like 500 likes and shit. The truth of the matter is, all of these other right-wing they're all supplemental to like the main figures of the right online today. And the main dominating figure by far is Fuentes. Everybody else is a background character. Sarah Stock was being hyped up by the groypers, but if Fuentes didn't exist, she's not like a personality of her own. And to some extent, Elijah Shaffir, I don't know if he has like a groyper audience or like a run-of-the-mill conservative, MAGA type audience, but regardless, these like alternative right figures or whatever, they're all kind of irrelevant and obsolete now and only exist to be supplemental to like the main stars of the show. I mean, Richard Spencer, for example, how much do you fucking hear about that guy anymore?
But
no,
some of the
like,
tweets,
personally,
like,
wait, you mean tell me Enrico, isn't his name Enrico, like Terrio or something? You mean to tell me that guy is you're gonna tell me that Edgar Gonzalez is Hispanic? Get out of here with that bullshit, man.
Think that like no one's paid attention to Elijah and they don't care what he said about it.
So then why?
Like,
I've never got the Hispanic groyper thing, because like if I was Hispanic, I wouldn't be self-hating over it. I'd make it my entire personality in an annoying fashion, right? I already do, even though I'm not actually Hispanic. But I guess like from your perspective, when you grow up feeling like a member of a marginalized community for this immutable characteristic, some as a psychological coping mechanism, it goes both ways. Some engage in pride over that insecurity. They think if they're like excessively engaged in like this excessive, never unending pride, which you can see somewhat in the Zionist movement. A lot of like ardent Zionists talk about this, like being like it's not one thing to just be Jewish, it has to be their entire personality, because there's like the history of like self-hatred, and it's something to be ashamed over. Or it can go in the direction of self-hatred, something to be ashamed over, and overcompensating for it by joining the opposition against that immutable characteristic that you hold, whether that be Hispanic or gay.
Why does he want to go around saying he's gay? Like, why would he say that?
Because he talks shit, because he's jealous of Nick. He's extremely jealous of him.
Yeah.
It's, like, obvious. Like, he's, like, talks so much shit about Nick for no reason.
I would be too. I would, if I were a right-wing, like, LARPing influencer, I'd be immensely jealous of Nick. Because a lot of these guys are in it for personal gain and enrichment, and you have Fuentes, who literally has a giant cult. That wouldn't be fun at all, to just be living in that guy's shadow.
Why? Why do you think he's jealous?
Because Nick's way more popular.
Yeah.
And he's on his generational run.
Wow.
And then, like, Elijah will say things like, well, you know, Nick is, like, he's better at doing a show than me, but I'm the one who's, like, way better at running a business. Like, he doesn't know how to run a business.
The cope is insane. This guy is literally... Listen, I'm not defending Fuentes at all. Just, once again, I despise the guy. With that being said, dude, Elijah is coping so hard here. It is unreal.
Like, he says all these, like, copes, basically. Because he sees himself as in competition with him. And then he would get, like, so jealous when, like, I obviously, like, would say, like, no, like...
If you're, like, an egotistical person that is attempting to gain an audience and develop an audience on the right wing, the existence of someone like Fuentes would invoke immense jealousy.
Nick's, like, the leader of the movement. Like, he, like, literally crashed out because I said to him that, like, oh, like, Nick's the leader of the movement, you're not, or something.
Now that's starting to make a little more sense, because I couldn't understand, like, where there was this switch where he was, like, condemning anybody in the company that was like...
I respond like this when people say the same thing to me about Gamma. This is actually how I respond.
Liked Nick or watched his clips or was, like, even just, like, mildly supportive. He's like, you're either on my side or Nick's side, and they were crashing about you and Mike and anybody else that... whatever. And then they were trying to say, like, you're a groyper too, you're, like, to me, and I was like, no, I mean, he's just right about stuff. I don't even watch his stuff, but, like, whenever I see his stuff, like, he is right, and he's better than you. Like, that's just, like, a fact. But it was like, you're either on my side or his side, and now it makes more sense. Like, if you had said that to him, I can understand why he would have got even more jealous. That makes...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that... Now that...
I love how this guy acts like every, like, basic insinuation and detail is some major revelation. Benadryl causes drowsiness? What? You take Benadryl for a rash? What? The fucking right-wing grifter, egomaniac, is jealous of another right-wing grifter, egomaniac, doing it better than him? What?
Makes more sense about the crash out, because I remember confronting him one time and be like, dude, aren't you friends with this guy? Like, why do you keep this up? You know, like, every show was like a dig, like, yeah, but they're all like incels, and, you know, none of them are white, and they're not chads like me.
All these things are true, but they're still doing way better than you are.
It's like every time, and I was like, why do you care so much?
There was, like, a while, I mean, I haven't even watched his show in a long time, but, like, the last time I was
These people in their movement are either full of genuinely evil egomaniacs that are only doing this for self. And if you're a smart person that has zero empathy, and I've said this before, not every right-winger is stupid. If you're an intelligent person that has zero empathy for other human beings, for some people, it makes a lot of sense to be on the right, especially people in corporate America, right? But it's either filled with the most, like, immensely fucking stupid people you've ever, like, had the displeasure of listening to or interacting with, or these, like, just outright evil types. And this guy would obviously be the former. It just sounds like a complete fucking idiot. Like, he couldn't figure out or catch on to, like, yeah, he's obviously jealous because he doesn't have what Nick has. He couldn't figure that out until now.
Or I would, like, check in. Every single time, it's just seething about corporate. And, like, no, it was totally, like, he was, like, genuinely, like, I don't think there was any other time he was, like, genuinely mad at me, but when I said that, I think he was just, like, it was when, like, it was after SAS, and Kevin Pasovic came on the show, and then we all went out to dinner, and then I was kind of like trying to convince Kevin to be like a griper.
Yeah.
Basically, because he was asking me these questions about Nick, and I'm thinking like, dude, if we can convince like Kevin to be based in Red Pill, then maybe he can like convince his brother. Like I'm thinking like that way.
Okay, so yeah, Kevin is Elijah's
Right?
brother.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like telling him like, no, that's not true about Nick. This is like what really happened or whatever. And I'm like trying to explain things.
This woman is so okay, she is. That's true, G's. But I don't think your opinion, that opinion is isolated to. I think you kind of hold that opinion for every woman.
Him, and then Elijah's like butting into our conversation, be like, "Oh no, but like Nick is like, he's probably gay, I think." And,
True. Accurate statement.
like yeah, and like just like saying all stuff, and then so I'm just like defending Nick. And then Elijah gets all mad. He's like, "Oh, why are you defending him so hard? You act like
He is not gay. It is completely understandable why a heterosexual man who has never had any evidence of like of romantic or sexual interaction with a female, despite his immense popularity, it makes total and complete sense why he was actively sweeping for his like gay pederast right hand man, and it totally makes sense that he spent an entire day hanging out with like a flagrantly homosexual neo-Nazi cat boy. These are all normal activities that straight men engage
your
in.
boyfriend, like you have a crush on him." He's like genuinely like upset.
Yeah, and if you think any of that stuff is gay, you might be the gay one.
At me.
Whoa.
And then that made me kind of mad. I'm like, basically, I like told him to like humble himself, and I'm like, sorry, Nick's the leader of the movement. Like, no one even knows what Rift TV is. Like, I think I like said something like that. Like, I'm not saying we don't have like a part to play or anything, but like, don't pretend like you.
How old these people do they? Because this is like actually like how I feel like. Okay, I'm not gonna say that sounds way too sexist, but the entire idea of like you have a fling with someone, for whatever reason it's not working out, so like you're getting on the phone and like doing all this fucking gossip. Like I feel like you're right. It is very like high school like. Sarah's 22. I kind of subscribe to the theory that Gen Z is just like to mentally age is taking more time because people in their 20s do still behave like high schoolers. It does make sense because like what did Gen Z's parents do? It was a lot of fucking spoiling because their parents were spoiled by their parents or whatever. And I do notice there is like kind of between like emotional maturity, obviously between emotional maturity and how you were treated as a child. I notice there's a very strong correlation there.
Have more influence than him.
Yeah.
And then, because that's what he was trying to claim, is that like he has no real influence or something. Like he clearly has like way more influence. He has like all these loyal followers, and like a lot of them are infiltrated. And, like I know them.
He has a ton of influence. It's just like it's undeniable. Even if you hate him, it's undeniable. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And
That is true, and that probably should be of concern to. I mean, at the end of the day, it is funny to like repost like the clips of Fuentes being funny because he is funny, he's charming. But that's why that's like the dangerous part. And yeah, he does have like he does have like a very fucking devout following, and they're winning. They are pretty skilled in like in the propaganda game and like adapting it to like a modern context in regards to the specific clipping, etc., etc. That should be like of concern, despite the fact that we can find some of it funny.
And then he was like denying this and whatever. And then
These are the saviors of the white race, by the way. You're only jokingly poking fun at them over that, Toki, because that's what you think you are.
after, he was like genuinely kind of mad.
Toki's like, yeah, I'm Germanic and stuff. It's like, oh, where's your mom from? He's like, Guadalajara. Oh, where's your dad? Where's your dad from? Tijuana. Truly the most dramatic origin story I've ever heard. Hold on, we're switching to dark mode. Give me 2 seconds, guys. We'll be right back. 1 sec. All right, folks, we're in dark mode. Let's get back into it. It's dark mode now, guys. See?
And the next day he like sat me down, gave me a
Wait, hold on. We're not fully in dark mode yet. One sec. Now we're in dark mode.
talk about like bad mouthing the company.
South America is full of Germans. I don't know why. For completely innocent reasons. Just a lot of chicken farmers looking for new agricultural prospects.
In front of people who aren't in it or something.
Yeah.
Thank you for the two, Patrick. Toki, Fuentes, and Enrico, saviors of the white race. You say that ironically, but that is absolutely true. Okay, so there's that. So we have that recording, and then it continues, this thread. By the way, I've confirmed that Shaffir's wife and children are safe. Yeah, because of his erratic behavior and their absence and his tweets, people were suspecting that he killed them. And, what's the word? What's the term for it? Homicide of one's spouse. I forget, there's a specific word for it, but it would not be, would not be that out of character for the right, when you, consider JF and Mama JF. There are too many examples of outrageous hypocrisy to list, but here's the kind of thing Stock was posting online while she was near weekly and for 6 months, cheating on her boyfriend with Elijah Shaffir. It is not known whether she insisted her husband wait for marriage. I am officially Catholic. So, so from our perspective of like not insane people, mostly not insane people, you sit here and you're like, Christianity as a religion believes that everyone is a sinner and that the followers of Christianity are sinners who do sin and will sin. And that's why Christ is so great, because he saves them from the fate of sinners and eternal damnation. So calling out like, you're a hypocrite because you're a Christian, yet you sinned, is like such like a moronic angle. If it is, unless it is like unrepentant continuing sin. The problem here is that on their side, they engage in this type of like behavior all the time, where it's like condemnation of women who formerly used to be porn stars or used to have like promiscuous sex, calling them things like used goods, like that are irrevocably damaged and can't be changed or redeemed. Okay. Actually, that's not quite okay. What the fuck? There are too many examples of outrageous hypocrisy to list. Okay, so it is not known whether she insisted her husband wait for marriage. Actually, that's not quite true. We do know if she made him wait. She did because Sarah Stock's husband believed he was marrying a virgin. That's what she told him, or at least allowed him to believe. What we don't know is how she explained not being intact on the big night. Vigorous horse ride. Well, wouldn't the assumption be that he would also be... There's like a Catholic marriage, and then there's a Catholic LARPer marriage, and in a Catholic LARPer marriage, the expectation of virginity is only on the woman. But wouldn't the expectation be that he's also a virgin? And if we were to believe that is true, then he very well might not be familiar with the sight of an unintact hymen or whatever the fuck it's called. Vigorous horse riding has been known to claim the hymeneal integrity of teen girls, though this is less common than women like to suggest. That is technically true. Yeah. Elijah Shaffir's drinking, drug-taking, and extramarital affairs have been relentless for the duration of his marriage, a union hastily arranged once he decided to pursue a conservative media career. One thing has not changed from Shaffir's days as a youth pastor. He still likes things being shoved up his bum. Holy shit, bro. This guy's a fucking menace. Milo's like a snake hypocrite loser. But dude, what the fuck? His fetish for pegging is sufficiently well known that has been disclosed repeatedly, including by influencer Brittany Venti. Dude, Brittany Venti pegged Elijah Shaffir? Shaffir owns... What? Wait, here's a better question. How does Milo know? Why is Milo so in tune with Elijah's gay sex preferences? One has to wonder. One has to wonder. Okay? One has to begin to speculate. Shaffir owns an electric dildo, which he has taken with him on vacations to El Salvador and other places. Dude, why was he in El Salvador? I guess he got invited to visit, like, the Bukele government or whatever, who are also, like, trying to, like, cozy up to social media influencers and shit. But can you imagine, you're going there to meet, like, Tradcath, like, heckin' based Bukele, and, like, the second you get back to your hotel, you're pleasuring yourself with a fucking electric dildo. On these trips, he hires and brags about hiring female prostitutes, but spends much of their time together being anally, mechanically penetrated by the hookers. Shaffir is on a cocktail of both illegal and prescription drugs, including peptides and accelerants. He has been blacking out from excessive alcohol consumption in combination with these chemicals multiple days per week for years, as he confesses in this third recording. How is there a recording of literally everything?
And I'll just say, I'll just say this, I can't make you admit anything, say anything, but I will admit that I am playing a role in this, and that I am, that it is immature, and that it should be dealt with differently, and I will also admit, outside of work.
Yo, thank you so much for the $3. Kirby, Shiba Dog raising an arm to greet someone, asking, how is it going? It's going great, man. It's going great. You want to know why it's going great? I feel great today. You want to know why I feel great? I spent this morning, I've also been taking vitamin D supplements because everyone's deficient, but I was like insanely deficient. I spent this morning going for a beautiful fucking walk in the sun. And just that little thing I did, I don't know, just boosted my mood all day. Go for a walk tomorrow, people.
And I will also admit, outside of work, that yeah, my personal life, I'm having a hard time. And I'm trying to like figure it out. But obviously, I am stressed, and I'm not dealing. I'm having a hard time. And I'm trying to like figure it out. But obviously, I am stressed, and I'm not dealing with it.
He's like rushing himself because like behind the this is why he's really stressed. Big Bubba's like calling from the bathroom. He's like, I'm ready, sweetie. And that's why he's stressed.
The way I should be. And I'm not.
He's clenching his ass out of fear right now.
And it's not always that I'm up till 12. Like, oftentimes, it's the same thing. If I don't drink, then I can't sleep. I can't sleep more than an hour. I'm tossing.
You're an alcoholic.
I fall asleep at 6, and it's like, it may.
Where did it... What the fuck just happened? Did I click something? Or did he just take down the tweet? What the fuck just happened? Bro, how the fuck am I supposed to affect this? If he just, you literally are watching my screen. You could see as it just fucking disappeared. The video disappeared. How is that my fault? Okay. Professional streamer. Yeah, let me just like go call my contacts at X and figure out what's going on here. Clearly this is an error on my end. One thing that hasn't changed from Shaffir's days as a youth past. Okay, wait. Shaffir. Okay, we already read that. Out of respect for Shaffir's soon-to-be ex-wife and for the sake of his children, I am not reproducing messages between the Shaffirs. Suffice it to say that Elijah's conduct as a husband and father has been derelict, frightening, and neglectful in the extreme. For the sake of his children, Meanwhile, you're like actively spreading rumors that their dad is like getting fucked up the ass by men when he was a youth pastor, and that he's going to El Salvador and having hookers pleasure himself with a fucking electric dildo, right? But now you're gonna leave something out for the sake of the children, for the sake of his kids. It's like, if you want to be this like A-log, like evil type watching it burn, Nero, be my fucking guest. Be my guest. But the whole snake shit he does, where he's also coming at it from, I'm so concerned, out of respect for the wife and children, you should go to rehab, Elijah. It's like the feigned fucking decency that is like so fucking that like pisses me off so much. $3 from Kirby, Shiba dog with sparkles in his eyes, saying my hero. I'm your hero? We're all, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're also a quarter of the way to Streamly goals. So if you want to help out, like all the other ride or dies, here for lifers, okay? Another great way to support us is through Super Chat and Streamlabs. Great way to tip the stream. If not, that's okay. What you can do is move your fat fucking fingers and hit the like button. Thanks. After years of infidelity, insensible drunken rants, abuse, and even being falsely implicated in felonies, Shaffir's wife filed for divorce in Texas. Okay, so the tweet saying that Shaffir was the first one to file for divorce was incorrect. Worried about his manly public image, Shaffir filed in Florida so he could pretend he had instigated the divorce. That's not true at all. See, this is where I have to say, there are things that can be proven. There's objective evidence, like objective divorce records, objective recording. But Milo's goal here is to make this as like big as possible. So he's going to include shit and include criticisms of Shaffir that he probably doesn't even believe. The assertion that he filed in Florida so that he could seem like he was the first is incorrect, because we literally have him on record saying that the wife was the one that filed. He says, my wife divorced me. And at first, people were saying that because he filed in Florida, he was lying in an effort to make it seem like the wife had divorced him, and he was actually the one that left. So now the criticism has gone to, oh, well, he actually was trying to lie that he simultaneously was lying that the wife instigated the divorce and that he instigated the divorce. If we were to believe what's being said by not just randos, some of the most popular like critics or A-loggers involved with this story, there's people here that are just gonna like sprinkle in shit that's not gonna be true. Shaffir faces a messy divorce made more difficult because he is flat broke. He raised money for a new endeavor, Rift TV, at a $5 million valuation, including one investment of over $250,000. But that money is already gone, as are the staff. Rift TV is insolvent, heading for bankruptcy. My assumption is Rift TV is like an alternative, free fucking streaming site or whatever, or if that's what it was advertised as, and you put $250,000 into that shit, you're a fucking moron. You're an actual idiot. All these like alternative, the only one that I've seen work out is Kick. The only one that I've seen work out is Kick, and that's because they let you fucking do anything. I mean, you could kill someone on stream there. But like, all these other, like, this is the new wave. This is, oh, and also because Twitch is like actually like Nazis, like in terms of some of their enforcement.
The NPC.
But like, if you're like giving $250,000 into like another like McDonald's ass alternative streaming site, you're a fucking idiot. I called it when, dude, remember Storyfire? And dude, people made fun of me. They laughed. They all laughed.
Wait, so Storyfire?
They all laughed. I said
Wait,
it.
So Storyfire not shutting down anymore?
No.
Okay, dude, this is gonna be a base.
Okay,
take.
delete all your N-word posts that you made, Hayden. Go ahead.
Dude,
Did you actually?
Yeah, this is gonna be a base take here, but like, listen, I like the guys behind Storyfire. I thought it was a great idea, but like,
This app is so overhyped. It's like not that good. Like we.
Dude, I was a teen. I knew this was like all these like this is the new wave. This is the new thing. This is my heckin' new alternative site. Is like it. You can just tell based on common fucking sense that none of this works. None of this is gonna work. How do you still sound the same? Probably because at this point I was a late to post-pubescent teenager, so my voice probably wouldn't have changed that much.
We can stop.
You literally got like fucking. You had like "Welcome to the Fire" shit. You literally.
I know, but
Yeah, the site made when I joined, they made like an announcement post that I was joined. It was funny. All right. Anyways. As I write to you, dozens of stories about his private modus operandi are flooding. Dude, okay, Milo's like, I'm the ex-gay. Meanwhile, he's using the term modus operandi in the context of like some right-wing grifter cheating allegations. As I write to you, dozens of stories about his private modus operandi are flooding in. They are all the same: aggressive sexual assault, profligate? I'm gonna look like such an idiot here. I'm gonna look like such an idiot. Take me prolific? Okay. Spending vast quantities of drugs and alcohol, and at the end of the night, a foreign object in Elijah Shaffir's rectal canal. So he's tweeting shit like this, and he's like, I'm gonna hold my tongue about some of the Elijah shit out of respect for his kids. Meanwhile, he's tweeting about he's taking it up the ass or whatever. So are we just going to ignore that was a joke? That was a joke. My story file, I think, is archived. No? You could check. This is a Gish Gallop. This is a total Gish. Because, once again, Milo's interest is in making this hit as hard as possible. So Milo's sprinkling shit in there to add emphasis to it. But whenever people are like, dozens of stories are pouring in, that's not going to matter because until we can figure out how many of these actually have like veracity or legitimacy, because there's going to be tons of people now that because this is a public ongoing drama. And there's like tons of trolls involved by virtue of this being related to right-wing politics. There's going to be tons of people saying shit that's not true. Here's my Elijah 2 story. After an event we hosted with Elijah, he went out drinking with attendees. He flirted with college girls the entire time and only took a brief break to FaceTime his wife. He was very drunk. The next day, one girl from that night told me that Elijah had put his hands in her pants when she told him no multiple times. He also tried to make her touch him after she pushed back and told him no multiple times. He eventually stopped. She didn't want me to make a big deal out of it, but I was pretty upset and stopped working with Elijah. Elijah claimed he did coke on a bong. I have no clue if that is even possible. And at one of the dive bars, I saw him go into a bathroom with literally 10 college girls who were doing coke. Okay, so this is the first part. This is an allegation of sexual assault. Because Milo's not sharing who's accusing him, we have no way of verifying whether or not this person ever even worked with Elijah. And this is like a secondhand story of a secondhand story. So take that, do with that what you will. In regards to the second part, he was doing coke with a bunch of college girls. How old's Elijah? He's in his like late 20s, early 30s? No? Older than that? I don't know why I said late 20s. He's definitely in his 30s, no? Who gives a fuck if he's doing coke with college? It's college. It's not high school. These are adults. Later today, I'll share what it was like to work for Rift TV and the vindictive ways Shaffir retaliated against those who either tried to help him or spoke out about the workplace he made them endure. Oh, and that BMW, he left it unlocked with the keys inside. More soon. So it's like, okay, it's obvious what Milo is doing here. Knowing Milo, the rest of this is not going to be that interesting, especially since I haven't heard about any of the new revelations, unlike the cheating shit. So there's no point in really going into anything that Milo's going to throw at the wall here, especially when he's relitigating secondhand stories and like making like, based on the evidence, absurd claims that Elijah was attempting to lie that it was him that initiated the divorce, when in fact the dominant criticism before it was understood that his wife had also filed in Texas was that he was lying to make it seem like it was his wife that initiated the divorce. Now, with all of that, with multiple different actors with conflicting positions, all of which have incentive to lie, incentive to protect their image, etc., there's a lot to make out here. But the main point, the main crux of this story is the right-winger tradcath / orthodox Christians who devote their online careers to talking about degeneracy and insulting the sin and talking about the sins of others, that they in fact live a more degenerate fucking lifestyle than you or I. I mean, this guy's allegedly out here, if we're to believe that this thread, he's out here just like doing fucking, getting prostitutes to fuck him with a strap on while doing coke with college girls and cheating on his wife, and then she's fucking this guy, Sarah's fucking this guy and cheating on her husband, only breaking it off the day they got fucking engaged and shit. Like, these people live like the very caricatures they create in an attempt to demonize about the left. And this makes you think, is it overcompensation? Now, with that in mind, let us take a look at the responses to this drama, because there were responses from both sides. So Sarah Stock's X account now, as a result of this, is gone. I think she deactivated it. But she had tweeted out, "A lot of what has been said about me is completely untrue. That being said, there are mistakes / unwise decisions I have made that I deeply regret. I have sinned. I apologize to everyone who has now been scandalized by this. Please pray. Logging off now." The main assertion from most of the like baseless shit on Milo's end was directed at Elijah. His claim about her was that she had like cheated and stuff. And whenever people say some of this is untrue and then never elaborate as to what it is, like, you know, they're just throwing that in there. What is it that she's disputing about this? We have her, most of this is off of her admissions on record, on tape. Also, if she ever does come back, she's so recently popular, and the fringe audience that she appeals to is so judgmental of acts like this, that the only audience that she will have left is other hypocritical tradcath LARPers that talk about waiting for sex before marriage and shit, but secretly are watching her because they want to fuck her. Because, like, if you've built she's built her career around this traditional traditional morals and values and criticizing others for sexual perversions and degeneracy. And now people realize she is a sexual degenerate. So I'm going to be very curious if she does make an attempt to come back, what little audience she's going to manage to grapple to. But then we get a response from Elijah. Let's take a look at this. Who is, to our knowledge, still in the midst of an amphetamine-induced psychosis. "It's my story to tell. Thank you, Myron Gaines. Thank you, Nick Fuentes. Thank you, Alex Jones. Thank you, Gavin McGinnis. Thank you, Lisa Elizabeth." So, listen, even though the guy's lost it all, even though the guy's like gay former friend, possible lover, is turning on him, exposing his secret, he has a good support system in place. He has a very good support system in place. Okay, this is a solid, to really get in touch with reality and ground yourself. This is really a solid group. I mean, we have a Sudanese white nationalist we have a homosexual Mexican white nationalist. We have a guy that contributed to significant harassment against the parents of children who were shot to death. Okay, at that point, you might as well just like be the person that's known for shooting a puppy, which I guess, and you'd still make it on the right because Christy Nome. Then you have Gavin McInnes, who's just like a fucking alcoholic. I don't have all. That's like actually the least problematic. He's just like a far right fucking alcoholic. And I don't know who this Lisa person is, but really a great group. The Avengers of Recovery have gathered together to help this man. I'm sure that it's going to go great from here. And then he made another tweet, I think. What's done in the darkness will be shown in the light. I honestly gave my life to God a few months ago. We've all done things we shouldn't be doing. Publicly stone me. You won't make me hate myself for what I repented of. Expose it all. It's healing to me. Post my dick even. That's a weird... Like, you're responding to drama and you're, like, weirdly, like, trying to get people to engage with your fetishes. Do what you want to me. I admit to the criticisms. Post my dick if you want. Tie me up and whip me. Like, hold on. Who's saying anything about that, bro? He's like, even if you want, get a giant hairy male to have rectal sex with me. In response to, it's like, nope. Nobody's looking to do that, bro. What's going on here? I am being canceled by a gay Jew for being straight. This is what John Swan should have tweeted when me and him were in drama. I'm being canceled by a gay Jew for being straight. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I won't let these people blackmailing me during my FBI lawsuit have any more power over me. They already threatened enough. I do not negotiate with terrorists. God be my judge. Truly, truly a brave warrior. A brave warrior. Dildos out for Elijah. Elijah was the moderate. Elijah was the moderate. He makes very moderate tweets, man. He was the moderate. Breaking. I am dedicating all my resources to exposing the Indian and Islamic takeover of Texas and the USA. I will show who's taking money, who's giving the money, how they're all rigging the system. And not just in the studio. We're defending America's heartland, full stop. Yeah, dude. Indians, and obviously when you say Indian, the insinuation in this context is Hindus, right? Hindu Indians and Muslims are coordinating on something. It's a purposeful attempt at coordination between these two groups that are the best of friends. Surely, surely. They're plotting. Like, these people always need to take it, like, it's like, if your criticism is that there's too much immigration or whatever, that's your criticism, so be it, but admit that for the lone immigration seeker, these are not coordinated, like, assault. Like, in their mind, they're from these high population, economically disadvantaged or socially disadvantaged areas. They see a place where it's like a country built on an idea rather than a people's or a common ethnicity, making it easier to integrate. They see a place that offers work opportunities and is economically advantageous. And there are legitimate criticisms against H-1Bs, not from how the right criticizes it, more so in like they're utilized by employers to get cheaper labor, right, at the worker's expense. But you can admit, okay, if you think there's too much of this, you can admit that's just because the system allows for that and social circumstances would motivate that. Not that there's always this coordinated conspiratorial plot. It's like they do this thing a lot where they're like military-aged men. Military-aged men are immigrating here. And like the insinuation there is they're coordinating something. They're worried potentially an invasion if we need to emphasize their military age. But do you want to know what military-aged men and men who engage in like manual labor, do you want to know what they have in common? They're typically the same age. They're typically the same age. A lot of the immigrants you talk about come in here and take jobs where the dominant age group working in that career is reflective of the or is similar to that of military aged men. They know this, but it always needs to be, there's coordination. I'm going to pray for you. Is there something you want to say, buddy? Is there something you want to say? I have a feeling, Wicked, you're biting your tongue a little bit. I can handle criticism. I can handle it. Unlike popular belief, I do not run a hug box. If you legitimately... There's nothing I love more than genuine, legitimate criticism. I'm not talking about one guying or like purposeful attempts to rile me up. Feel free to say it. Why don't you get Stale 2000 on stream? Even because I don't know anything about his drama. It's just like, seems like it's too convoluted. But it's very funny that you showed up because we're about to be done with this. And then I have to go to another topic that, hold on, let's just get this over with. But yeah, that's that story. That's that story. And cut. Editor. Is Aiden shaking? Yes. Another topic. Today I'm going to talk about the Emiru stuff, which is going to transition me into talking about someone that a lot of people are going to be happy to show up for, I guess. DeOrio. Now let me make this clear, okay? Let me put this on the record. I am not a member of the snark left, okay? I am not a member of the snark left or the... I don't like hive minds. I don't like... You know, like all my criticisms of like the cabal and their audience, I feel like are applicable to the news side to some extent. And I just want to be here in my own bubble, which I am. So I'm not on anybody's side here. In regards to anything to do with DeOrio, because apparently this is controversial. People have been saying this for days that like I'm bought and paid for. I'm whatever. In regards to the shit about DeOrio, just because I have my criticisms of the snark left and don't align with them, does not mean that I am friends with DeOrio, because I'm not. As I've said before, for full transparency, I've spoken with him. The two of us, there have been 11 DMs in total since November 29th, and there have been 3 calls in total, all of which I've publicly spoken on and given the details about. We're cordial on subjects like Tectone, should probably agree on. But in regard, there's like, obviously, I'm not like, I don't hate the guy. I'll be friendly with him. I'll also be friendly with people I don't like from the snark left or whatever. But no, I don't align with him on the Ethan shit at all. And all the other shit like still stands. Although I may become a bit more understanding of it, I still don't like feeling disposable and shit, so I'm obviously a little bit irked about the time I got completely cut off, and I have no intention of, there's no friendship there, there's no bought and paid for. Any communication that I have as it pertains to public drama or anything I discuss, I will, for transparency's sake, communicate it. I am not bought, I'm not paid for. Why is Aiden inbox restricted? I can't send you the DeOrio tweets. Hold on, I think it's just restricted for you. Interaction does not equal endorsement. Okay, and just like the cabal types like to do this to, there's like coordination going on in these communities. That also goes for like me talking to DeOrio or whatever. Me talking to people, me being cordial to people does not equal coordination or being bought and paid for. I have no loyalty to anyone anymore. Hold on. And I'm only addressing this because I feel like this has like actually been like a criticism over these past couple days. Let me... I just got that, like, people like this DZ retard. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, if you are, like, literally that, like, despite, like, yeah, I've been, like, mostly siding with the snark left. They have the reasonable take. on fucking Israel. They have the good take on like the people that sweep for it, which is something I feel incredibly strongly about, and is such a reason that I despise people like Ethan Klein. But simultaneously, I also don't like hive minds. If you think that call-in is indicative of me trying to get back in anyone's fucking house, you're too far in it. You've lost me. You've lost me. I'm not friends with DeOrio. I don't intend on being friends with DeOrio so long as he likes Ethan Klein, and that's not going to change. Okay, let me just get rid of, let me make sure Kathy can post and we can get into this. I think Soul and I could debate geopolitics, but it sounds like a headache. That could either be the best or worst content of all time. Okay, just DM it to me. Just put it, or okay, I guess you did put it in my DMs. Okay, so I guess we get into this. So, speaking of the only thing that I hate more, than any other group I've spoken about in a negative fashion tonight, is centrists and fucking fence sitters. Hell, if you want to admit that, like on like an issue of like, if you want to fucking admit that like you have some deranged political position, I might even respect you more than the people that, we'll get into it. Hold on. So there's a clip that has been doing the rounds of streamer Emiru. All right, let's take a look at this and see what Emiru has to say.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big on ice. Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to like say their opinions on like important topics. I get that, right? But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to like get off the internet. Like, just stop. Like,
yeah, so she's done everything wrong here. The concept of ice is so flagrantly in our fucking faces that it's kind of impossible to not take a position on it. But that if you are somebody that is like, I'm dumb, I recognize I'm dumb, I don't have an opinion on politics or whatever, okay. But then if somebody asks you about it, don't address the comment, or if you do address it, like from a PR perspective, she did everything wrong here. Because she addressed it and she's like, first of all, she comes at the commenter from an aggressive stance. Like, if you need to ask me about this very significant political issue, despite the fact that like I stream most of my life, so you fans get attached to or interested in all sorts of aspects about me, including my opinions on things. If you feel the need to ask about this insanely divisive subject, then you should go outside or whatever. So you've taken the aggressive stance to a reasonable question, right? And then you're also engaging in like this, like the whole, I don't really like give my takes on politics thing. There's more of an emphasis for you to do so, specifically on this issue, when you're hanging around or have hung around some of the biggest online propagandists for the Trump administration. She's friends with Asman. So if anything, wanting to know her takes about the insane acts taken by this administration in regards to ICE and this insanely divisive issue makes even more sense when you keep that in mind, because you want to be, okay, you align with this person, and by the way, being friends does not necessarily mean that your political position translates, but it creates suspicion that the two of you might potentially hold the same political leanings, and therefore warrant a bit of questioning to get the full picture.
like, hello? Like,
so sometimes, especially with the context here as well, like the refusing to take a position is kind of taking a position.
I don't, like, what? Like, how am I gonna, I don't know, get help? Like, even, like,
I wouldn't care either if she didn't respond. The problem I have is that she did respond, and I think her response sucks. What she could say, there are legitimately, I find it hard to believe this, but I've known it. There are people that legitimately don't know anything about what's happening in the outside world besides their interests, or kind of know about it, but don't care, so they don't care to give a take on it, and they don't want to say the wrong thing, or whatever. Like, you could say something along the lines of, I'm not, like, super informed on this. It, like, seems bad. But I'd want to know a bit more before I gave, like, some sort of well-grounded, take, because I just don't think I'm qualified enough to speak on it. What, would she be getting that shit if that's what she said in response? Would she be getting shit for that? Probably not, right? Then, if you were to give her shit for that, then we would disagree. I'd say, okay, that's reasonable. She's admitting that she kind of thinks it's bad from a vibes perspective on the surface level, but she doesn't know the details of it, and she's, from the standpoint of, like, self-preservation or whatever, isn't comfortable giving some well-divulged take. Okay, sorry. She would probably get some criticism, but not nearly as much as she's receiving now.
Oh no. Like, obviously I don't, like, dislike.
And it's not just that she's anybody. It's, look at her. She's friends with fucking Asman, who amongst, like, the younger generation is one of the biggest, like, online conservative propagandists at this point, who has literally given takes that attempt to justify genocide. Like, he was literally, like, what was his take again exactly? I think he got a temp ban for it, or I don't remember exactly. But it was some shit, like, using the whole, like, their culture sucks about Palestinians to, like, justify their killing, or make it seem as though their killing would be any more warranted by virtue of what you perceive as a flawed culture. Heard this is the DeOrio sweep stream. What are our orders? Is the goal to get me to hang myself live? Dude. What the fucking dude, this is absurd. This is actually absurd. I can't admit that I'm mad about something. I am actually, like, very fucking angry about this entire angle, that because of that DeOrio, like, call-in or whatever, I'm, like, in with the cabal, or in with the house, or on this guy's side.
Any of the political streamers, except for, like, some of, like, the really bad ones. I don't really like them.
That was a joke. Just be clear, that was a joke. I'm not suicidal. Dude, I'm gonna be one of the, I'm not suicidal for giving a take on the very consequential DeOrio situation. They want to take me out.
But it's like,
oh, wait, hold on.
I don't know. Like,
not eat a raw egg? If we make 100, I'll eat a raw egg tonight.
Obviously, I don't, like, dislike any of the political streamers, except for, like, some of, like, the really bad ones. I don't really like them.
Except for I don't like the streamers except for the bad ones. Doesn't specify. What a useless fucking you're totally okay, like, divulging like that, but I don't know why you can't just say, I could totally be wrong because I don't know enough about this, but on a surface level, it seems kind of bad, right? That would make sense if you're like, from the outside perspective, you've now heard that there were 2 insanely questionable, potentially homicidal or illegal ICE shootings. And now, whether I know the first one is way less debated than the second one, right? I know that's still up in the air. But, like, that on its own, if you're just looking at this as an apolitical outsider, that seems pretty bad. The notion of, like, these, like, masked agents acting as essentially taking on the power and role and responsibility of law enforcement while having the anonymity and lack of, like, fear of consequence to engage how they want in regards to general interactions with the public. The idea of using billions of fucking billions of dollars to go after people who there is no utility in deporting them. There is no fucking use in deporting, I don't know, people who, like, came here and are like engaging in like low paid work. There's no reason we need to devote billions to solving that issue. And they knew that there's no reason for that. That's why that the whole Trump immigration thing at the beginning was he's going to go after the criminals. He's going to go after the worst of the worst. Look at it. They said that time and time again. The worst of the worst. The worst of the worst. The criminal illegal aliens. They emphasize criminal to make you think, oh, while they were here, they did something additional. No, they define criminal in this context as being an illegal immigrant. So the two are synonymous to them. They employed the adjective of criminal to be purposely deceptive in the course of marketing this to the public. The worst of the worst. Didn't they literally go after some fucking like abuela who has been here like without papers for like 10 years and has never been convicted of a crime or gotten so much as a fucking traffic ticket?
But it's like, I don't understand how in the first place people care so much about
It's a waste of money. It's immoral. It harms innocent people. People are unnecessarily dying. Social and political social conflict and unrest is being created by their presence. Like, from a vibes-based perspective, you could ascertain that ICE seems pretty bad, or that maybe there's a reason that half the country feels majority of the country has a negative view towards ICE now. So you could, instead of saying, you could literally just sit there and say, you know, I'm not knowledgeable enough, I'm not comfortable enough giving my take, because I don't know nearly enough about the subject to give a well-informed take or opinion, but it seems kind of bad. You don't even need to have the it seems kind of bad. But although I think that could help you a little bit and make sense.
I guess just because they just have a lot of reach or influence, but it's like, why are you listening to them in the first place? I don't know.
Why do people ask streamers whose best friends are some of the most divisive politicals what their political opinions are? She says. You're a streamer. Like, there's a much more personal aspect about the content you market. People want to know about you. People want to know about you. Even if you're a small-time, like, shitter streamer, where people might not even be that interested about you still get asked irrelevant questions that don't pertain to, like, whatever it is you're covering or doing on your stream. And, yeah, a super divisive political issue that being perpetrated by an administration that some of your close associates, publicly so, actively defend, would be something where a reasonable person might ask, hey, what's your thoughts on this? That doesn't mean they're a loser for doing so. It just means, to the other part is acting so, like, shocked or aggressive to the notion that she's even being asked such a question. So I think she did multiple things wrong here. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not really surprised. She doesn't seem like the brightest. And then apparently, the angle that people were talking about even more was DeOrio came out with a very hard take in Emiru's defense. Which would make sense from DeOrio's perspective because, and I've said this before, I say it now, despite covering a drama that ultimately hinges upon a political issue, there has been this repeated effort by him and others to sort of brag about their ignorance on politics. And it's like, I don't know anything about politics. You should know about politics when you're publicly associated with influential, like her, publicly associated with some of the most controversial, influential figures in online politics. You should at the very least, like, not be aggressive to anyone curious about your opinion on the issue. But, like, furthermore, like, in Dioria's case, yeah, there really isn't an excuse at this point to not know the basic intricacies of, like, the conflict between, or the Israeli-Palestinian relations and history. Especially about the West Bank. Like, I was surprised that, like, he didn't know that, like, Ramallah, a West Bank city, would not be a place that, like, the Israeli army could legally exercise authority in.
Like, there's a certain
And then, so he comes out hard in defense of this. You know what? I'm following Emiru out of pure spite now. Good job, Hassan Ball Licker number 2. So because Denims comes out about this, I guess now all the anti-Hassan fanatics need to side against it, but like their team is literally some of the dumbest like figures in online. Like you have Tectone on your guys' side. To DeOrio's credit, he despises Tectone, has covered him in a negative context. But I'm saying like in regards to that general sphere that has like created an entire community out of dislike for Hassan, they wouldn't feel strongly about the issue of ICE. So it would make sense they'd side with Emiru on this. Put the game on. Let's have a watch party. No? Dude, no. If I actually was bought and paid for to be a DeOrio sweeper, I would hang myself right now. Cause what are we doing here, man? It's like, yeah, you're in the anti-Hassan pro-Ethan crowd, but to your credit, maybe you've like actively not aligned with some of the fucking political retards that also inhabit that movement, like Tectone. But he's retweeting "Think Before You Sleep." Oh my, dude. This is rough. This is rough. And also, all the people coming out, I don't think DeOrio likes ICE, to be clear, but in regards to people like Think Before You Sleep, they're defending Emiru because they like ICE. They like Trump. I am certain that if somebody went into if somebody was like good friends, publicly hanging with Hassan, right? They're not necessarily political. They're kind of a variety streamer. And somebody comes in, let's say there was a massacre in China by the CCP like a few weeks ago or whatever. And this person is normally very good friends with Hassan. Somebody comes into their chat and asks, "What's your opinion on this, like, on what the CCP did a few weeks ago?" And they go off in the chatter. It's not my job to talk about politics. Or, well, she didn't really go off, but it's like, it's kind of weird. You'd ask me for my opinion on that. It's like a little bit weird. There's no doubt in my mind that these people would take zero issue with those who took issue with the lack of a statement or position in that context, where the same, like, standards would be consistent. Do you actually think there's a world where the aforementioned scenario I've just laid out to you happens, and these people also reassert the position of, oh, streamers don't have to give their takes on politics? Do you think they would be doing that there? No, obviously not. Because many of the people that are against pressing Emiru on this are either people that, you know, to all things considered, are like totally ignorant, or actively have vested interest in defending these positions like ICE and Trump or defending ICE and Trump and shit. So Emiru deciding to publicly talk about not taking a position on it, which ultimately, even talking about that on your giant stream where you didn't have to address the chatter, all that serves to do is potentially downplay it, right? It's like, you know, it's not important enough for me to take an issue on it or take a position on it or whatever. Let's go New England. I thought something big just happened in chat. You're talking about the game. The person who asked Emiru in chat was her own mod. He was like, what do you think about ICE because of Hassan? Got it. Okay. The correct course of action for Emiru is to ignore the manufactured drama and ban the rot. So I know what he's doing here. This is like a projection of his like own drama onto her, because they repeatedly has a lot of like the initial criticism I agree that like the snark left once again is like completely insane when it comes to this guy. Not insane, like the criticisms are correct. Like accusing me of like being in coordination because he called in the stream and shit. Like that's like the insane levels of A-logging I talk about. But like it originally started with just mere criticism for his like Ethan takes and lack of political knowledge and being a fucking idiot and stuff, and then devolved into this. But he knows that that was a criticism for him at one point, and that's why he's defending Emiru on this. Because for a while he was asserting, you don't need to talk about politics. You don't need to take a position on politics to talk about this drama. Which, in the Ethan Hassan drama of all things, that's the drama, I think, that would justify the least level of tolerance for political ignorance on the subject. Okay, so then we go to the next one. I also thought, now that, listen, I'm fair, I'm balanced. What really did it for me, in regards to DeOrio snark to a large extent, was when people were being retarded about the shit about his the Kiwi farmer talking about his girlfriend. Like, this person very obviously, at minimum, was entertaining the idea and looking for information to contribute to somebody else on Kiwi farms, figuring out the personal identity of who was alleged to be his girlfriend, right? I think like the sweeping for that, because of dislike towards DeOrio, that for me is like, okay, you're unable to give a balanced take on this. I've said it before, I'm against when we hate, like, there are people that we can hate, right? But simultaneously, I don't like to be a guy that's a part of the thing where we don't like insert person so much that we're entertaining like any and every claim, right? If Aiden cracks a 100, he'll eat an egg. Yeah, we're literally 70. If we make 70 more bucks, I'll eat a raw egg on stream. Okay. So, with that being said, say the cult initiation words. So this is also, yeah, once again, this is like projection of the, because yeah, there was like a period of time where like everyone and anyone was being asked to give a take on the shit with Palestine. So they're like projected, like it's like discontent over that as well. So they think it's like the same thing here. But no, yeah, like when an issue gets as divisive, when you're a public figure, an influencer who does and talks about everything, and such a divisive thing is happening and right in front of our eyes, then there's a little more understanding to the want by people who look up to you or watch you to take a position on this or to speak on this. Especially when you're someone like Emiru who actively hangs with the people or with people that defend this egregious, controversial thing. You don't think it's a little off? Her best friend is Asmongold. I agree with you, but it's kind of a little tiny weird. Just a little off. Eyebrow raising is raising. If you're good friends with the online Joseph Goebbels of the fucking Trump administration, the desire for you to let us know that you don't agree with him politically, or that you actually do have a reasonable political take despite your friendship, which would indicate you don't have the reasonable political take, that desire makes sense. That makes sense. People are asking so they could get their opinions from her. They're asking to know where she stands, is to not support the kind of person who hangs out with and shares opinions with rape tone. You are parasocial and weird. the whole parasocial criticism is also like streamers market themselves. They market their personality. They market them, especially when they're not filling one given niche. And Emiru kind of seemingly does everything. The goal is to get money, right? Obviously, but by virtue of that, you get an audience that likes you as a person or what you portrayed as you as a person, and that's what they're watching for or whatever. So that audience would obviously have vested interest in you not being a bad person, right? So they'd be curious, especially when there's evidence to indicate that you fall in the direction of people who share this, egregious, who share a morally indefensible opinion or position. There would be more desire to clarify on that issue. That's not parasocial, and that's not weird. This is like the thing that you do this. You market your personality for a living. There's nothing weird or parasocial about people who watch and have subscribed to said personality, wanting to make sure that you're not a bad person. That's normal. There is zero reason anyone should give a fuck what a cosplay Twitch streamer thinks about anything political. Okay, this is a bit more than just your typical like we literally have like masked thugs who up until recently were being directed by a guy who was very obviously attempting to LARP as a Nazi. Like people are dying in the streets of major American cities. The deployment of ICE seems selective and politically motivated because most of the cities where much of the openness and brazenness is being displayed are in blue cities or in blue areas, right? It's kind of hard to ignore this. And then furthermore, when you're hanging with the dudes, when the streamer that you like as a person is hanging with the guys defending this brazen issue, it's totally fine to want to get an opinion on it. What's your take? You're saying Em is in the wrong for not talking politics? No. My take is that her response sucked, and that it is understandable why people would want her opinion on this, if they're a fan of hers, nevertheless a mod of hers, why people might be suspicious of where she stands by who she hangs with, which would then make clarification appropriate. That makes sense. So yeah, that is not guilt by association. Okay. This is what guilt by association would be. Emiru hangs with Asmongold. Therefore, Emiru likes ICE. Therefore, Emiru is guilty. That would be a guilt by association. In this case, it's Emiru hangs with Asmongold. We have this big political issue happening that he defends the administration perpetrating it right now, and she's publicly and actively hangs with him. Therefore, she very well could agree with him, and I'd want to ask a question to get clarification on this. And then you ask that question, and she responds with hostility to the idea of you even asking. That wouldn't be guilt by association. That would be suspicion by association, and then disdain for the idea of criticism about the notion of you then asking for clarification so that you are not doing guilt by association. So no, that is not guilt by association. Angry face. Is that it? That's your counter argument? Okay, you won. Unironically, this guy won. He won. Okay, now Dude Nugget is sending me a scary face. Now I'm scared. Okay, so we have that. That's that. All right. There's nothing parasocial or weird about this idea. Political streamers intentionally put pressure on gaming content creators or comparable niches, so they give knee-jerk reactions to complex political situations. You don't have to give a knee-jerk you could say something that avoids most criticism without giving a thought-out opinion. People have asked me about things I'm not knowledgeable about before, and I just admit it. I'm not knowledgeable about it, but I'm going to look more into it or something. It wasn't just a refusal to give a position, it was an unwillingness to entertain the idea of curiosity regarding your position, which seems like kind of out of touch and potentially a minimization of the issue itself. Okay. Southwind, do you want to call in? Do you want to call in and argue this? If you think I'm doing it, call in and argue this. My Discord link is down below. This is not guilt by association. Nope, you can move on. I'm not calling. Sorry. Why is that exactly what I expected? It's literally like you got this like white friend of yours that not only that's like good friends like with, I don't know, Nick Fuentes or whatever. Sorry, and they're not, no, this hypothetical sucks because it's assuming you're a friend. You watch a streamer and they're friends with Fuentes. You're not saying that they're racist, but you're a little suspicious of it and want to ask what their position is on this like controversial issue. Because of that association. That's suspicion by association, not an assertion of guilt. The two things are different. Yes, if somebody hangs with a certain type of person, you can be suspicious that they may align with that person without conclusively stating that they do, which is why you would then ask them, which is exactly what the chatter did and exactly what's being criticized in this scenario. If they already have their mind made up that Emiru aligns with these bad positions, why would they need to ask? Okay, you just like hear this buzzword and oh, it's that thing, so it's wrong. No, I'm explaining to you why it makes sense here. Why it wouldn't be guilt by association. Like, yes, the people that someone hangs with can be evidence contributing to a suspicion. If you're using that to make a conclusion, then that would be guilt by association and you'd be wrong. But if you were merely suspicious of it, or it's not definitive evidence, right? But it is evidence that can point you in a direction. It won't get you there on its own, which would then necessitate clarification, but it will point you there. That's what association does. Like, if I'm like, I don't know, like Dahmer's in prison. Me and Dahmer are like friends. I go visit him in prison or whatever. And then you say to me, do you like actually think this guy is innocent, or do you think he like do you forgive him for these crimes or whatever? That wouldn't be guilt by association. The fact that I'm cordial with him would indicate to you that I might think something, which is then you asking me for clarification on what I think about it, not accusing me of actually thinking that. Because yes, that association on its own can be suspicious. I like that Aiden is just debating with chat. It's my favorite pastime. Okay, so political streamers intentionally put pressure on gaming content creators, or yeah, so Nick is just projecting his own drama here, because these were criticisms made against him. And in his case, just to be, he's not a gaming content creator, so it's not complete projection, but in his case, he was also given criticism for a lack of taking a political position while covering a drama that did involve some level of political understanding and engagement for one to take a super strong position on. So they give knee-jerk, yeah, and also, I've just explained why you can respond in a way that differs from how Emiru responded without accidentally taking, like, a knee-jerk, like, political position. Like, she could have said, Yeah, it seems insane. I keep hearing about it. I want to look more into this before I give you a take right now on stream. But I want, but like, just say that. Literally just say that. It leaves it open-ended. You could come back if the question's asked again. Just say that. They always go after people the most who say moderate, lukewarm, or non-committal things. Maybe it's because they are mad about not being handed content. Well, no, it's the people who do that despite there being evidence to suggest some sort of commitment, right? All right, and then she's okay. This is the other problem too. It's not even defending the lack of. It's not even her refusing to take a stance. It's the hostility to even being asked that question. When yes, from the perspective of a fan of hers, nevertheless a mod, who thinks that this thing is wrong, it makes complete sense why someone would ask a question like that. There is nothing wrong with that question. She seems hella defensive over a normal and reasonable question. Just want to know if the streamer you're watching doesn't have a weird-ass opinion, especially considering that Tectone and Asmongold are friends of her. She could easily just say, I have no clue, but seems bad. Yes, Henry. Yes. My sweet Henry. Yes, she could do that. It's like that's what I was just saying. This is, and then this is the most stupid part from DeOrio. If DeOrio wants to throw his hat in the ring and say there's nothing wrong with her not taking a position, I can kind of understand how you could reach that conclusion. This is what's stupid. This is not a normal and reasonable question. It is clip farming. First of all, the person that asked her was a mod of hers. There's somebody that would seemingly have some sort of loyalty leaning for her rather than against her in general, right? Second of all, when you're a variety streamer that has people watching for your personality as you do all sorts of things, and there's this political issue that is hard to fucking ignore, is like staring you right in its masked face, and you're hanging out with people who defend that issue, it's fine if somebody just wants to fucking ask. If you don't want to give your take on it, they can think, oh, you'll just ignore the comment. She's a big chat, she'll just move on, right? But I might as well ask to see if she wants to answer. That's reasonable. That's okay. The actual, it's not even her, it's not even just hostility to the notion of people criticizing her for not taking a position. The fact that there's hostility to the notion of asking such a question is like fucking absurd. This is just cope, Aiden. You're constantly thinking about politics. Demanding streamers say their political opinions is... Okay, the chatter that asked was not demanding. And if you're a variety streamer that does hang out with political figures, there's nothing wrong with, out of curiosity, asking where you stand on this. There's nothing wrong with that. And yeah, I think about politics constantly because I don't have the luxury of being a fucking ignorant dumbass that can exist in society as it stands today and not be political. To anybody with like a functioning fucking brain, it is hard to go your whole life at this point completely not thinking about politics. Because it's gone beyond just like political. They act like we're still in like McCain versus Obama or some shit. It's like, oh, just disagree at the table or whatever. I speak to people who literally justify deportation to a prison without trial. They're talking about locking up people without putting them on trial. Like, it's just fucking evil. So yeah, I'm sorry I'm not a fucking ignorant dumbass. If you are, I guess you can't really change that, but don't be critical just because there are some people that actually like have awareness of the world around them and don't walk every day with like a fucking fishbowl on their head covered in duct tape so they can't see shit. Unironically, that is a very good comment from the insane unhinged DeOrio A-log troll. That is actually a good... It is not politics when they're in your neighborhood, and if they're not, they will be. Yeah, to Hispanic Americans, like, this is not just like politics anymore. They're like, they're worried about them. Like, we have the president of the United States. Just be in mind, it's like, oh, it's racist to assume. It's racist to assume that all Hispanics would be worried about this because not all Hispanics are illegal immigrants or whatever. And it's like, no, even if you're like, if you're one of the many Hispanic Americans that has been in this country for generations, right? You'd still be worried at this point because this administration keeps ramping it up and doing things that they previously, you never thought they could do at the same time that the sitting president that half the country fervently supports has talked about deporting people with legal American citizenship. Ilhan Omar is in this country legally. Trump has suggested repeatedly about sending her back. He's threatened to deport or revoke the citizenship of people who are here legally. So when your group has also been the target of negative rhetoric from this administration, you don't know what they're going to do next. And now they're going out and they're fucking kidnapping some like abuela who's been here for 10 fucking years or whatever. Yeah, now you're getting a little concerned. You're getting a little fucking worried. My bad, bro. You were right. 24/7 thing about politics, demanding others to be... Wait. Okay, so now it's degenerate. I'm not 24/7 thing about politics. In fact, compared to other shit, I don't even stream. I barely stream about politics. I barely fucking stream about politics. Most of my streams are about apolitical drama. But I am political. I do have political positions. I do have strong political convictions because I think in America, as it stands right now, it's hard not to. When I was in England, and the people that were with me can vouch, whenever anybody that didn't know me heard that I was an American and found out where I was from, what is the first fucking thing they asked me? What do you think it is? Well, besides, what part of America are you from? What is the second thing they asked me? The second thing that they asked me always was, what do you think about Trump? What do you think about Trump? That's pretty embarrassing to have like such a fucking insane, incompetent leader. That's like the second question I'm being asked by literally everyone. So even if I was apolitical, I couldn't really avoid it, could I? I couldn't really avoid it now, could I? That's because you hang... Okay, so I know you're like a bit stupid. I just said people who didn't already know me. This happened in bars with one guy who asked, what was his name? I forgot it. It was the big guy's soul, remember? The big guy was like fucking drinking out of the fishbowl, was drunk as fuck. These people didn't... There was no politics in the discussion. I just met these people at bars, in clubs. It was literally everyone. I don't think there was any random British person that I met or didn't or spent beyond 2 sentences talking to that didn't ask me about Trump or what my country was doing. I'm sure when okay, you're actually you're one guy or you're retarded. You're one guy or you're retarded. Oh, so does it feel having a creepy not nearly as much as now, because our president is threatening to fucking annex sovereign territory. Our president is threatening to annex sovereign territory. Our president has economically and socially turned on some of our most devout allies, and as the center of we are the center of the world essentially as it stands in regards to the other countries, or if our economy goes, that affects other countries, etc. Our military, we've put ourselves in a position where we've played the world's police and are heavily linked to international relations between countries that are far from us, etc. Because we've assumed this position, we've also assumed the position of people being fucking concerned about the direction our country is taking. And when we have a sitting president threatening their countries, talking shit about their countries, threatening to annex sovereign territory that belongs to European nations that are aligned with places like England, etc., that's major cause for concern beyond Biden, like, saying something funny. Aiden wants, no, I don't believe in I believe in a powerful government, but I believe in a powerful government on a leash. I think that if the government fully belongs to the people, we should want it to be as strong as possible, but we want to do that in a way where we still can hold the leash. I'm not against the idea, I'm not against the idea of the government having power and the government interfering. But only when it's being done in the best interests and the will of the people and can be held accountable through checks and balances, which our lovely Supreme Court has eroded. Sorry. Okay. That wasn't my argument at all. I'm saying politically no, but you're assuming the sample size that I'm referring to is politically biased. These are random people that I met in bars who knew nothing about me and just heard that I was an American. In every single instance. Okay. So we have that. I guess he gives more of his takes on stream. So we could take DeOrio, so we could take a look at that. By the way, want to point this out really quick. Throwaway, friend of the channel. Throwaway, for the people that say, oh, I don't clip you, Aiden, because it won't do, nobody gives a fuck, nobody gives a fuck, nobody gives a fuck. Well, Throwaway clipped me. Like, 7 days ago, it got 300 likes. I know he does numbers on a lot of his tweets, but if his tweets cover something irrelevant, he gets less than 50, right? Sometimes. Clip like hell. I don't need to be known for a clip of me to work for you. Clip like hell, people. It is mutually beneficial to the both of us. Quick PSA. Also, I love really quick, before we go, these are people who are just watching this clip because it was about Tectone. Like, if I'm giving a position on someone else, nobody cares who I am. And your clip can still work. Who the fuck is Aiden Underground? Dude, and then we have this. Who the fuck is Aiden Underground?
I'll tell you, every year I recognize fewer and fewer names. Lombard Montague. Grace McLady.
Really, bro? You're gonna do that to me? Okay. That hurt. It's true, but it hurt. The comeback is not inevitable. The comeback is not inevitable. But it is inevitable if it is done. If it is done through the efforts of all of us, okay? Fighting on multiple fronts. We need every soldier in the game. I love archive.org because nothing ever works. Wow, this is a crazy take from DeOrio.
And throw in.
Like, for example, it's working out, but I just want to skip to... Oh, I guess we can preview it to figure out maybe where he talks about it. Wait, when is this from? Where's the Emiru shit? Just down... Can you do that? Oh, I guess you... Oh, hold on. I'll just download it. Dude, I love how like basic concepts are so insane. It's like, wow. Okay, even if you like DeOrio, you have to admit DeOrio is like somebody that is a very polarizing person. He like his cockiness can earn him friends, but like also if you don't like him, you really fucking don't like him. And this has been true historically. So to wonder, why does the guy who has people who really don't like him and makes his streams inaccessible, why would someone archive this? It's like common fucking sense. It's just like the feign like surprise at the fact that someone would want to ask Emiru, a public friend of Asmongold's, maybe where do you stand on the ice shit, right? Okay, I just downloaded it. Hold on. What was wrong with her response? The problem with her response was the hostility to the question. It actually makes complete and total sense why someone would ask you that. If you're not interested in it, or you don't know enough about it, all you need to say is, yeah, like it seems crazy, but I haven't looked into it enough to give a well-rounded take. So I before I'm comfortable speaking on it, I want to just like figure out a bit more. Move on. There's nothing to clip. Everybody goes home.
Happy Saturday. Today's Saturday.
Okay, is this the... Here we go.
Cry all fucking day because your viewership is kind of stagnant.
Isn't ignoring it? Yes. 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 Sometimes needing to insist that you don't care, or insisting... Well, she didn't do that. Someone else did that. But insisting, why should I answer this question? Why should I... Is like taking... Is giving an answer in and of itself. If you're not comfortable giving an answer, fine. You just don't need to say anything.
And whatever issue you're talking about is towards the end of its lifespan. So now you have to...
You're acting like that response wouldn't have also elicited an unhinged smear attack. It wouldn't have. It literally wouldn't have. There would be individuals. You guys can't distinguish between popular sentiment and individuals. So like that's why they think the entire left was like celebrating at the death of Charlie Kirk, because you would find individuals who would criticize her on that, sure, but it being like a widespread thing, absolutely not. There wouldn't be anything to criticize.
To go bother a bunch of people who do actual like other shit and have other topics to talk about, like just to fucking try to grow your own.
She's other topics to talk about. What is Emiru's thing? What does she cover? It's almost like when you talk about and you cover everything, people will ask you questions on a wide array of things. She's literally talking about food here. Is she a food streamer? I don't think so. Right before this clip, she's talking about food and shit. There's gaming. There's cosplaying. There's talking about drama. There's talking about... She talks about everything. She's not a political streamer. Nobody's arguing that. There's probably been some point, if we're to go through her entire backlog, that she's spoken politically on something. But no, it would make sense, still, why someone would... But also, traditionally, it actually has made more sense to be apolitical. Because we've never had an administration as insane and evil as we do right now. Even in Trump's first term, it was not this bad. Even in his first term, as bad as that was, it was nothing like this. And that's for a reason. That's for a reason. That's what happens when you take away important shit like checks and balances, right? This is insane, Cope. Okay. You're delusional if you don't think that the world, in regards to everything, in regards to foreign wars, atrocities committed by other nations, global politics, etc., is if you don't think that's like heating up to a greater extent than like any time previously, then you're like completely delusional. You're living in a world I'm unfamiliar with. You're living in a world like I don't know how you live in that world, I guess. Also, once again, the argument is not that you must do X. The argument is she decided to give her an opinion showing hostility to the notion of being asked such a question. The question was polite, it came from one of her mods, it wasn't a demand, and it makes contextual sense why someone would ask such a question.
Show.
Obviously, I don't dislike any of the political streamers, except for like some of like the really bad ones. I don't really like them. But it's like, I don't understand how in the first place people care so much what they say. I guess it's because they just have a lot of reach or influence, but it's like...
Did I not ask you nice enough?
I don't respect you.
Wait, I wanted to go back to what he said previously on those.
Because she seemed absolutely deplorable in like the 10 minutes I was forced to watch against my will. Cinna!
Gamer is a certified good person, or else I will have to cancel.
Are you saying that she is racist? I would love to, I'm not a DEA agent, I would fucking love to have whatever the fuck you're smoking. I honestly, sounds like some great shit.
Dude, if you ever see anybody tweet some shit like this at a content creator you're watching, just start peppering them with responses being like, what are your thoughts on insert mundane drama?
Okay, the other guy didn't want to call in. Do you want to call in, Rustic? Would you like to call in and have a discussion about this? Listen, I'm done with I'm done trying to be a debate bro, people. You can see, okay, that's not entirely true, but you can see like my performance when other people have called in. I don't want to, I'm not trying to like own people who are inexperienced, because I think that's like debate purgatory. I legitimately want to have you on to discuss this. I think it's easier than talking to you through chat.
Here.
You've already, no, it's not like a demand thing. It's not like a demand. It's like I think there would be less room for understanding, potentially more clarity and persuasion on either of our ends if you were to call into this stream. I also think it would make for good content. You'll call in, and hell, if I get super debate bro-y towards you, you have my permission to leave. It wouldn't be running because you have my permission. You can hang up. It's not like I've already gone through this. Like, I'm not asking you to like meet a requirement here. It's a question.
What are your thoughts on the Bo Blacks allegations? What are your thoughts on the new Turkey Tom stuff? And they're like, what does that matter? It's like, well, I don't know, dude. If you're gonna go ask a bunch of irrelevant questions, that's the response that you should be getting.
Why are you listening to the
Why is she talking about British food? Is she a food YouTuber?
in the first place?
Did you see the Marvel Rivals controversy?
If we go through her chats, we can find tons of questions that would be unrelated to anything she's previously discussed or covered that she probably does answer. And also, it's like okay, if you don't talk about it, you don't talk about it. And you just say, I'm not informed enough to talk about this. This isn't really my forte, etc. But like the whole just hostility, it's the notion of being asked that is the bizarre part.
What are your thoughts on the new peanut fucking subbotting allegations? Because unfortunately, that's probably going to be...
I can call in, but I don't want to take others' call-in spots. If you call in, you'll be the only one. Nobody else is waiting to call, to my knowledge. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I gotta go pee. Reminder, if we hit streamly goal, which we are near... Well, okay, we're almost halfway to... I will eat a raw egg on stream. I know there's only a few of you left on my on the channel, but stick around. You're not going to want to miss the rest of this. I'll be right back in just a sec. I'll leave you with the last time I did the last time somebody called. For the last... Did I, of course, have to pee right when we break 100 viewers. Fuck my life. for the last decade. Just like sitting on your ass and fucking tweeting.
Who's doing this, I think if you know for sure, by that I mean if there's no doubt in your mind, you know this person personally, you have met them or you know them as a person, and you, let's say, know that they're harassing minors, they're being weird towards minors. I think putting their docs out there to identify them as the person who is doing this is a good idea. Similarly, for this woman who lied about sexual assault, who literally tried to frame Tom as like a pseudo rapist, I think it's good to have her docs out there, because when she inevitably tries to do this to like some other person in the future, people can associate her name with the fact that she lies about stuff like this, and that is very important.
If you think some guy she matches with on Tinder, like IRL or whatever, is like actually gonna find Brandon Buckingham's post, it doesn't. They could.
No, what I mean is that if she tries to like pull this shit again, which means that if she tries to like falsely accuse people of like sexual assault, then there's a very clear track record of her lying about it, which I think should be associated with her name. So I think it's completely fair to have her docs.
Okay, that's should be associated with her name. So what do you mean by that?
Yes.
Like, what is the benefit?
What I mean by that is that, let's say in the future, let's say 5 years down the line, when people have forgotten about this inevitably. Let's say she has BPD. So let's say she meets some other guy and like she BPDs out, and then she like falsely alleges that he basically sexually assaulted her. I think that, for example, it could be public knowledge, or like that guy can use the fact that Brandon Buckingham basically.
I know we just fell under 100 as a result of this, probably, but nevertheless, always appreciated. We can get back into this. Hold on. Dude, did we drop 40 viewers because I was away for 2 fucking minutes? I'm like, okay, we lost like maybe 10. It's like maybe 10. Maybe just like 10 clicked over. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm so done. All right, call in Rustic.
Talked about on my stream before, the next ice killing or something. There we go.
Dude, Aiden NPA. NPA Aiden. Never piss again.
So, from here, Emiru has asked her thoughts on ice. Denims tweets out, racist chud. Never thought I'd see the day where we'd be fence-sitting the modern Gestapo. That's Denims' tweet here, and it's got probably some inflated botted 13,000 likes, like every fucking tweet these days that goes viral. It's probably somewhere closer to like 2,000 to 3,000, but this is 13,000 on Twitter.
It's very easy. This is a insanely divisive issue. This is a insanely divisive issue. Criticizing someone who hangs around defenders of this while being unwilling and hostile to merely being asked what their stance might be, it's going to be an easy dunk. People are not going to be sympathetic to you, because to be like, this is irrelevant, why would I answer such a question? By saying that alone, to some people, you're reinforcing the idea that you just don't think this matters, which makes you look like fucking selfish because, it doesn't affect you, so of course it doesn't matter to you or whatever, right? And this obviously not it's obviously not fucking botted. That's also like cope.
Probably some inflated botted 13,000 likes, like every fucking tweet these days that goes viral. It's probably somewhere closer to like 2,000 to 3,000, but this is 13,000 on Twitter that you can see right now in the bot-infested site. So we took hey, if you need to go fucking ask a streamer like me what my position on ice is, maybe you should just like go off the internet take, and that means she's pro ice. 100.
Yeah, because in aggregation, once again, guilt by association would be coming to a conclusion that she's guilty of anything just by virtue of her association, right? But being suspicious or leaning towards a conclusion without fully accepting it, which would then justify you asking for clarification, that's fine with these bits and pieces of evidence. And what could be interpreted as her seemingly not granting much importance to the ICE issue, or because it's not just that she doesn't know about it. You cannot know about it. That's fine. It's like hostility to anyone that wants the clarification is like the weird part in aggregation with her associations and stuff that keeps pointing you in a specific direction. And then, of course, you're going to have people like Denims that hop on this with like extreme takes on it as a result of these suspicions.
%.
I'm not defending Denims, by the way. I don't think, with all of this in mind, I would never assert that Emiru supports eyes. I wouldn't do that. What I'm criticizing, what I'm taking a solid position on, is her inability or to understand or empathize with why someone might want her take on that. And yes, it is easy to be disliked if you are like, it's one thing to say you're not interested on McCain's economic policy, right? That's okay. That's whatever. But if you need to publicly vocalize, or insinuate the unimportance of the discussion of such an issue, like a masked organization being deployed in cities that is leading to the deaths of Americans, right? People being dragged off the streets and shit, by an administration that keeps going further and hints that it's going to go further. We literally now have this administration talking about annexing sovereign territory. We have this administration, and everyone's like, it used to be in 2016, it was like, he just says those things. Trump just says those things. He's not actually going to do it. He's just gone after the worst of the worst. Like, all this sweeping, and then he keeps doing those things. And we keep getting comfortable with it. Or when I say we, like, things that would have formerly been considered absolutely insane, as he keeps taking steps, these ideas are no longer insane to people because they've had time to get used to it. But no, these are like huge, like a huge fucking deal. And it would just like maybe a little bit of empathy towards why somebody, they always like to make fun of Ian for not having, or he learned empathy, meaning he didn't have it formally or whatever. But yeah, maybe a little bit of empathy for why people might want the opinion of someone they like on a incredibly hard to ignore issue that potentially is affecting them. If you, like, her inability to empathize with that is like the part to me that is like not really defensible, not defensible. Are you gonna dox her now? Yes.
She's racist as well. She's racist and she's a right-wing streamer. Now, why do you think that Denim's had this position? Let's see.
I did see this fucking making the rounds. This was crazy.
She saw this making the rounds.
Emma is friends with Asmongold, Lakari, Tectone, plus she thinks Ethan Klein's
She said she saw it making the rounds.
lawsuits are justified. This is crazy.
DeOrio, commentator of the year, the best commentator of the year.
I can't believe that there's 28,000 likes on this tweet, and there's only 400 fucking comments.
Racist chud.
Is that a normal proportion? I feel like in general you get way more likes than comments. No, you'd expect to see more. Yeah, you'd expect to see more replies potentially. No, I mean, I'm looking at tweets here that have 50,000 likes, but about like 1,000 replies. So, okay, to be fair, right? To be fair, I guess it's going to depend much on the issue. But, to be fair, you're going to want to see more, like you'd expect to see maybe some more replies. Yeah. But but once again, if it is botted, like the insinuation specifically calling out the botting on her end, right? Because this tweet with 50,000 likes also looks botted. Like to emphasize in this case emphasizes something additional about her tweets that like wouldn't necessarily just be inherent to all viral tweets, or tweets that gain prominence on the site now. I don't know. It's not such like an egregiously low number compared to the likes that I would be okay asserting that there was any botting going on.
This is a crazy...
Because I'm seeing tweets with more likes that have a proportionate amount of replies to the proportion of likes to replies on hers.
A fucking post. So I will say tides are turning on this particular character.
Yeah, dude. It's crazy. It's almost like you have some interest in that, right? Tides are turning on this particular character.
Say that.
Is Dark Viper EU a virgin?
I will say that.
No, I am not. Why would so many people be Googling that?
My first thought seeing this was as Denim's going on her Asian...
Extremely fucking difficult overseas...
Alright, I'm bored. I'm bored. Let's get into Super Bowl shit, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into Super Bowl shit. DeOrio's take socks. Sweep? If you don't want me to sweep, then tell me something interesting about this, and I'll gladly talk about it. DeOrio's take was not right. It was wrong. It was wrong. We are literally... We've gotten to a point where, like, it's just, I'm ignorant and I'm proud. So there's been a lot of drama tonight surrounding the Super Bowl halftime show because it's a Puerto Rican that's performing, I guess, to the point where they're literally just like, hold on, I think I saved this shit. This one kind of emphasizes the hate around the halftime show more than I could. Whereas I think it's like right here. Did they take down the tweet? Why is it not pulling up? It was like a screenshot. It was like a screenshot attributing Bad Bunny to like some comment about like hating white people, but he never actually said that. He never said that. And then somebody else had the audacity to reply to someone pointing out that he didn't say that as, well, it's still true, even if he didn't say that. No, it's not true. The tweet is saying that he said that. If he didn't say that, then it can't still be true. But there's been a lot of... You called into debate? Oh, you're the same... Dude. I didn't realize it was you.
I mean, I said that I was like the one who debated earlier.
You said you'd called it. You said you'd called him previously. Okay, what gripe do you have with my take?
Why is Fatty wrong? What's wrong with Fatty's take?
Because I don't think it is an insane or parasocial question to want to ascertain or to ask what she thinks about eyes.
I mean, she doesn't talk about politics, so I don't know why it would be a reasonable question to ask her.
So she seems to talk about like a little bit of everything, right? And so people can ask. Okay, so do you agree? Let's just agree on some facts here. You agree she's a personality-based streamer, right? People watch her less for what she's doing specifically and more for her as a person, right? And she does a variety of things.
I mean, she is a personality streamer who goes out of... Yeah, but she goes out of her way to, like, stay out of politics. That's something important to add on. Yeah, I'm from Zagreb.
Does she?
Well, yeah, she doesn't talk about politics. I think, like,
but you just said...
Okay,
there are tons of variety streamers
I mean, I can... Let me complete. So, the reason why she quit, like, a podcast with Asmongold and Tectone was because both of them were taking political stances. And so that's why she decided to quit the podcast, because she did not want to be involved with political content.
Or probably because she didn't feel like she could contribute, right?
No, she said, like, Asmongold said that she quit because she didn't want to be associated with political content.
Okay. Specifically their politics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense for in terms of her PR. Sure, she's associating with them privately, even though Asmongold's existence online is dominantly political, but I guess she sees something in him that we're unable to see. behind the camera. But with that being said, this seems more like she doesn't want to like actually be involved in a project where she'd have to commit to and get entertaining discussions of politics. But what if somebody, what would be the problem with just asking to see if she'd answer?
Okay, assume would your opinion change if people were hounding her about ICE? Like a ton of people are just asking her, "Hey, what do you think about ICE? You know, what do you think about like the new Gestapo?" Like if people keep saying that for like let's say a month or so, and this is the chat that she decided to respond to, what do you think? Is that a valid response then?
Probably not, because you could still, these are all, because these individuals would all have legitimate reasons to be curious about her take, and the guy asking now might not have seen the guy that asked previously, etc. So to make a general statement, so you could say, people have asked about this, I haven't looked into it enough, where I feel like comfortable speaking on it publicly. It seems insane. I guess I want to look more into it, maybe.
I mean, that's not materially different from like what she said, though. Like you're acting as if like that would elicit a different response.
No,
When we know it would be people just saying, "Oh, silence is violence." You know, you're endorsing ICE by not speaking out against them.
Okay.
It would be the same thing. There's no material difference between what she said.
Do you think that
and what you said.
do you think that okay, when somebody tells somebody else to go outside or go touch grass, do you believe that's synonymous with calling someone a loser?
Yeah.
Okay. So when she goes and tells the chatter that asked to go outside, right, essentially calling them a loser, that is a hostile response to the question. The version that I gave you demonstrates no hostility to the prospect of merely being asked the question, while her response in actuality does, right? So they would be materially different.
I mean, okay. Here, assume this, right? Assume
Wait,
that
can you agree? Can you agree
for
that's material
example-
different? Can you agree it's materially different?
I would say it's different, but not to like the degree to which it would matter.
Okay.
Like, okay, here's my issue, right? I feel like if you keep asking a streamer who goes out of her way to stay out of politics and explicitly does not talk about political stuff, and you ask her about ICE, then I think that she has a right to respond in like an annoyed way. Like I think that's a completely.
I don't think that unwillingness to commit to a political project like a show where politics is going to be mostly discussed, etc., necessarily indicates that you were so averse to politics that there would be hostility demonstrated to somebody merely asking you about a very consequential issue that's kind of hard to ignore.
I mean, I don't think she was extremely hostile. She just told him that he shouldn't look for validation from political stuff.
No, I said extremely.
I
said extremely in regards to eyes. In regards to, she was hostile. I wouldn't say extremely hostile. If I said that, that's not what I don't think I said that. But if I said that, I was like a miswording. I don't think her response was extremely hostile, but it was hostile, and the point remains, right? That like, yeah, it is like it is strange and it is criticized.
Okay,
yeah.
The question itself, like, okay, I don't think this is one of those questions where it was, you know, for example, if the chatter would have asked, "Hey, what do you think about the new tax code?" I don't think it was a question that was designed for her to like actually give her opinion.
Yeah, but this is more than the tax code.
No, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's pretty obvious when like someone asks you, "Hey, what do you think about ICE?" Like they just want you to like condemn them and want you to give the opinion that they want. And I think asking political streamers that is like an extremely gay thing. I think if you're out there asking political streamers to co-sign your opinions, which is clear what the question was designed to do, then I think that's like you're a bitch for that. Like you sound extremely gay, which is what DeOrio thinks as well.
You're a bitch for
like I'm on Fatty's side here.
Okay, so in regards to other irrelevant questions that are not related to shit she's covered, you're against asking that as well?
No, I think it's gay to keep demand a streamer to like basically.
We have no evidence that this person kept demanding it. They just asked.
No, I'm saying no. That's what. If you're like with this specific question, do you think it was asked with like the intent to basically get her to give a real opinion on ICE?
It was asked with the intent to, it was asked with the intent to clarify and then respond based on whatever that opinion was. Was somebody like her?
No, it wasn't clarified. When people
that was a mod of
asked,
hers that asked the question. That is somebody who likes her.
I'm sure he likes her, but I don't think it's still relevant to like ask a
But
non-political
DeOrio's framing
streamer.
this, Dior seemingly before I guess he knew this person was a mod, as like an attempt to gotcha, right?
No, I'm saying the way DeOrio thought of this is that you shouldn't ask political. You shouldn't ask streamers to basically give. You shouldn't demand streamers to give their political.
There was
takes
no
on anything.
demand. It
No,
was.
I know that. I know that you contend that it was a demand. I think asking questions like this is like a weird subtle demand. I don't. When for example at the Grammys or like at any other event, when people are constantly asked, "Hey, give your opinion on ICE." It's not a question that's asked in good faith. It's just asking for a condemnation, which I think is super gay to ask from a streamer. When the fucking, I think there was like a fat guy with like tattoos that I saw at like the Grammys. He was asked about ICE as well, and he was like, "I'm just like a fat redneck who doesn't know much." He got the same response that Emiru does, which does mean that most people who ask this question ask it in complete bad faith.
Okay, but based on the fact she knows the person asking, etc., those factors are kind of not going to be in play. I want to ask you this. I want to ask you this. I want to ask you this. Do you think the situation with eyes? Do you think the situation with eyes involves concern amongst Hispanic Americans? Like, do you understand why Hispanic Americans in particular would be concerned about this?
I mean, I'm not American, so I don't think I understand. But I don't get the hysteria around like having.
I'm not a Hispanic. I'm not Hispanic. I can understand.
No, but I don't get the hysteria around like having like overactive immigration force. I feel like it's only America who thinks that having, for example, an immigration force is an inherently bad thing, and I think that's what causes weird confrontations.
It's not just. It's not just having an immigration force. There is a purposeful, conceited attempt to bring to use that immigration enforcement to an extent not seen prior in a way that is brazen, that is meant to show we are in charge. Like, you have people, they purposely make higher public appearances in these dominantly blue cities, masked agents, right, engaging in confrontations with the public. It is to send a message. It is to absolutely send a message.
I think from what I've seen, the only reason why I think they have such a big presence in like blue cities is because the local administration won't work with ICE, which means that they'll probably have to increase their efforts within those cities.
I don't think there's any evidence
that's like, I mean, what you're saying also doesn't have any evidence. You keep saying they want to send a message. I feel like my explanation is what the administration is actively saying.
I've cited the evidence, right? Their presence is being done so in a very public manner, not seen prior, making it look purposeful and not just merely what happens as a result of circumstance.
Well, I can give you a few examples, right? For example, I've been visiting Europe for like a long time, for like the last decade or so, and I've no, I don't live in Zagreb, my bad. But,
you know Zagreb's in Croatia, right?
Oh, I thought it was in Algeria.
Got it.
All right, my bad. No.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
so I've been taking flights from. No, but wait. I want to say something. I've been taking flights from Tel Aviv all the way to like Croatia or London, for example. And a few years ago, I never saw.
Obviously, fake anecdote.
No, it's wait. I'm not kidding. So like, I used to see like I don't remember seeing a ton of immigration officers like half a decade ago, but I see many now, which probably does mean that there's an increased immigration effort due to increased illegal immigration. And from what I've seen, the Biden administration did let in a bunch of illegal people, which would imply that you would have a more public effort simply because there are more illegal immigrants to take care of.
Can you just admit that you're trolling me? Could we just like make it more simple?
I don't get what part of my argument is like a troll. Like,
you're giving fake. You literally didn't. You were claiming to be from Zagreb when we started. You didn't know Zagreb was in Europe.
I thought it was an obvious joke. I thought that was an obvious joke.
Okay, but that would obviously indicate that you're trolling, right?
No, but none of my arguments have been a troll. I'm telling you, the reason why they probably have more public immigration efforts is because there have been more illegal immigrants coming into the U.S. over the last 4 years.
There have always been more illegal immigrants coming into the U.S., right?
Which, yeah, but the thing is, Trump is making a serious effort to to reduce them. For example, I think what they reported was that there have been like 0 border crossings over like the last few months. And additionally, they've
I'll
also
let chat vote. Kick or keep. Kick or keep. Is he a troll? Kick or keep.
I mean, this is just like Kof. Like,
It's
there's no
not
part of my argument that
It's
I'm trolling.
what do you mean it's
Like,
cope?
you're-
It is literally a bit in
you're
this community
actually
to
Kof,
call
man.
into my streams, especially people pretending to be from some foreign country, where you keep citing and then inserted useless personal anecdotes about a country you've clearly never been to.
Can you? Okay, I was joking. I don't want to say where I'm from exactly, but like the argument still stands. I think most people throughout like the world have been seeing more immigration officers simply because there has been more illegal immigration, or if it hasn't been for more illegal immigration, then it's probably because the public government wants to take illegal immigration more seriously, which causes more immigration efforts within cities. I don't get what part of an argument that's supposed to be trolling.
Okay. If somebody's coming in, and this happened before, people call into my streams with obviously very controversial opinions. The biggest tell that they're trolling, even people who've admitted to trolling, is when they come in.
What?
They come in with speak a foreign language. How about this? Speak a foreign language right now.
I don't know. Let's see. I can't think of like a foreign language I can speak. Certainly, I'm like fluent in English.
You're only fluent in English.
Like, well, I can speak. I guess I can speak the language Hindi in like a very.
Speak Hindi. Speak Hindi. Say hello to me. Say hello. 1, 2, 3.
Aap kaise ho?
You're okay. You're not Hindi. I'm sorry.
I am.
I'm sorry, you're not Hindi. No, you don't speak Hindi. I know you're not. I know. So I know Hindi's a language.
No, but I'm saying I. Okay, wait. Oh fuck, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't been like raised in like Indian household in the sense that I haven't like spoken Indian languages, but I have.
Okay,
it's pretty clear from my accent that
you're
I'm from
obvious.
India, but I used to be from India.
You don't speak any Hindi.
No, because I haven't like I wasn't raised in like a Hindi household. Like, one of my parents were British, and like the other one was someone who didn't speak any Indian languages.
But they were from. Oh, okay. So I assume they were born in the Raj and only spoke English.
No, the fucking Raj was like 80 years ago.
Oh yeah, that is true. I don't know how old you are.
I'm like in my late 20s.
Got it. But you don't know any languages besides English.
No. I mean, I know like French, somewhat.
So earlier in this conversation, you were saying, I'm pretty sure you said you weren't in America, right? You said it multiple times. So
yeah.
Okay, do you just live in England? Like, is that your like?
I don't want to say where I'm from, but like I live somewhere near Europe.
In Zagreb, in Zagreb, Algeria.
I mean, okay, wait, we can get back to like the argument that I was making, which is that you said that there's more public immigration enforcement to send a message. I'm making the argument that there's more public immigration enforcement simply because they want to send more illegal immigrants back home, which would be like a perfectly reasonable explanation. You deport this Indian? Facts.
So okay. So to prove or disprove that, I need to have memorized like this is why specifically I don't talk much about the ICE issue because I'm not super informed on its. I'm not super informed on. It seems incredibly bad, and I know.
I mean, then you keep.
No, then why? What? There's no. Wait.
Like,
When you say when why, you're assuming there's some contradiction or hypocrisy that's just been exposed. Where's the contradiction or the hypocrisy? I can tell you right now that it seems.
You said that it's like a serious like issue that everyone must give their opinion on.
Wait, it is. I can't give
but
you.
You don't know much about it.
In regards to why they're so brazenly public in American cities, I can't. In regards to the problem, I can. ICE was marketed. ICE's like greater enforcement was marketed by the Trump administration in concerted efforts, in concerted propaganda efforts. They were marketed as going after criminal illegal aliens, the worst of the worst, when that's clearly not been the case. It was built on false misleading pretenses. Furthermore, I don't think it's economically viable, and I think it's a huge fucking waste of money to go deport old women who don't have papers, who have been here for 10 years, haven't committed a crime, and have worked. So I can take a stance on that. In regards to,
I can't neither. I'm not American, so I don't know. I don't really care about what ICE has to do. I'm saying that it's perfectly reasonable to get hostile towards like random chatters who are demanding things.
No,
like my argument is very like, okay, you keep saying it's not demanding. I'm giving you many examples of like, for example,
we're
the
demanding.
Grammys. Like, no, at the Grammys, people simply asked like a bunch of musicians what they think about ICE with a very obvious intention to basically get a condemnation out of them. When certain musicians refused, they were publicly humiliated on Twitter by like weird leftists. The same thing happened with Emiru, which means that these streamers can get validly upset when when even moderators want them to talk about politics when they don't want to. Like DeOrio's position is like probably like the most normal one out of all of these.
Do you think there's a case or there are situations where people are asked for their thoughts on political subject matter without the person asking attempting to get a gotcha and genuinely wanting clarification on this person's position?
I think for this thing, it wasn't clarification. Like I don't know what clarification you would want on ICE. I don't know what clarification you would want from ICE from an apolitical streamer. Like what clarification does he want?
Okay.
Has she like let her like
if
small
you
nuggets
think
that he needs
okay,
clarification on?
So let me give you an example. It's the 1930s. The Nazis have implemented the Nuremberg laws. Holocaust isn't happening yet. You just have the Nuremberg laws that are issuing like discrimination against Jews, right? Nobody's dying yet, to your knowledge. You want to know, there's like I don't know, some actor you really admire, and you want to know, what do you think about what's going on over there, to see whether or not he's a Nazi sympathizer. If he is, you would then not support him any longer. But if he isn't, that's great. Now you know, right?
You said like 5 minutes ago you don't know much about ICE, and now you're making the comparison to like Nazi Germany. It just sounds like disingenuous to me.
Wait. I said I don't know much about why the enforcement now is so brazen or the specific motivating factors. I do know that it is a waste of our budget. I do know that it was built on a lie. I do know various things about it. I just, on that specific one, I don't, right? And the comparison is not saying that ICE is Nazi Germany. What's being compared is that ICE is engaging in actions that put a large group of people at genuine fear for their safety, right? Would it make sense to you if this large group, in fear of its safety, would want to ask for someone's position that they support to clarify whether or not they should keep supporting them or not?
All right. I think this is like a false parallel, because in Nazi Germany, Jews weren't violating some law, or they didn't knowingly violate some law by like going into Germany itself.
Okay, Trump has threatened the status of people who are here illegally. Trump is people. Wait, no, because I'm cutting you off because that's a lot of shit, right? That's not a parallel breaker.
I mean, I can
because as I've explained before, I'll let you finish in a sec. Because as I've explained before, right? It's not just people who are literally here illegally that would have reason to be fearful, right? Trump has literally threatened to affect the immigration status of and deport people who are here legally. So,
such as?
Sorry?
Such as?
Ilhan Omar.
I mean, I'm pretty sure what he said was that
Rosie
Ilhan
O'Donnell.
Omar's immigration papers, Ilhan Omar's immigration papers will be taken a look at, and if he does find fraud, then he would deport her.
Okay, why do you think he's saying that?
Why isn't Trump
and he's explicitly said she needs to go back home. What do you think he means by that?
That's what his opinion is. I mean, what I think he means by that, and okay, here's my opinion, right? I don't think, for example, I'm not trying to be like an extremely right-wing conservative trying to debate you on this. I think, for example, your argument would make sense in the aftermath of the shootings of like the two citizens, for example. I think there's like
it is.
Yeah, okay. But at the same time, I feel like you, as someone who lives in America, does not really know how ethnic enclaves work. For me, especially when I see someone like Ilhan Omar, who is pandering to like Somalian voters and is literally mentioning in her speeches that, I work first for Somalia, then America. I don't think that's a person who represents America at all. So I wouldn't really be afraid of like someone who says like he wants her to go home. Because if she is prioritizing Somalians first, then I think that it's a fair take to have.
Okay. He's actively talked about actually like through his presidential powers. He's said things that would indicate like revoking citizenship, not merely his opinion.
I mean, he's of the belief that if she has married her brother, which would violate immigration law, then he would deport her.
He doesn't.
Which I think is like.
Do you think he actually thinks that?
Yeah.
Okay, you actually think he thought Obama was born in Kenya, right? He probably actually thought that?
I mean, I don't know if he did, but like, I don't know much about that particular issue.
No, Trump understands.
I think
Trump
should have
understands
deployed this one.
what messaging really riles his. That's why another like subtle way they do this when they're talking about somebody with like whose parents originate from a foreign place. If the person is a foreign-sounding middle name, they'll always call them by their full name, including middle, when they don't do it for anybody else, right? Like Trump likes to constantly Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Hussein Obama. They always emphasize the Hussein.
This is deviating from the argument.
No,
I'm sure. Like,
I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining. No, no.
Nothing to
Wait,
do with,
there's
like,
no
every
deviation. We're making.
point
Wait. Okay. Can you explain to me how, if we're discussing Trump's motivations for saying a given thing, bringing up other examples that would indicate a motivation in line with what I'm asserting his motivation to be, how that would be a deviation?
My point. Okay, I had a simple point, which was
Okay, so don't
that
answer.
Emiru is not. No, wait. I'm answering you. I thought that Emiru isn't entitled to like tell people her political opinions, and I thought that the question was a pretty obvious leading one. Then you brought up the fact that
That's
in
not the
Nazi
argument.
Germany you would want. No, that's what I said. I thought that the question was leading. You said that I think that
You think
the
that
question
wait,
is demanding.
you think
but,
you
like,
think
it's sort-
okay,
it's
what
certainly
about
demanding
what about
of, like,
the okay, can we we can both obviously agree that people do ask leading political questions. We can also obviously agree that a lot of people ask political questions without being leading or attempting to get attempting to get someone to do anything, right? Other than answer the question.
No, I don't agree.
You don't
in-
agree people
in,
do
like,
that?
the specific. No, I'm saying I'm sure they do for like some questions. I don't think the question, "Hey, what do you think about ICE?" is like one of them. I think that's like one of the least non-leading questions.
Okay.
I think that's like it's pretty obvious. Like everyone who did that at the Grammys, for example, got like led on by like
Okay.
but who got
No,
led on
you
and, like,
can't.
got screwed over for
Wait,
giving
wait.
neutral opinion.
If we can also agree, if we can also agree that people ask political questions to genuinely gain clarification, right? If we can also agree that, then showing examples where people ask leading that would just say that both options are possible. So what we would then do is look at the question that was specifically being asked, and show which part was leading, other than the question itself being asked.
Well, I think, okay, don't you think like asking an apolitical streamer anything, for example, if I ask, let's say it was like October 7th, and I asked Emiru, hey, what do you think about Palestinian rights? Do you think that's like a non-leading question, or do you think that's a leading question?
I don't think that question is
Just after like,
what would be a
you
leading
don't think
what would be a
asking
leading
that-
question is what would be a leading question is like a leading question would be I don't know, or no, that would be a loaded question. Yeah, why do you think Palestinians don't deserve any rights? Would be a leading question.
I think if like, for example, if the fact that even if she gave the answer that you wanted her to give, even if like she did do that, and that a response on Twitter would obviously be like the same thing, then I think it's pretty obvious how leading of a question that is. I don't think even if she would have said the exact thing that you wanted her to say.
Wait, say the
which
last
is,
part
I
one
don't
more
know
time.
much about-
Say the last part one more time.
I think
You
even
just said.
I think even if she gave the response that you wanted her to give, even if she did that, I think that the response on Twitter would have been still the same, which goes to show how leading the
that's-
sort of question is in this particular environment. Do you not think, even if you said, hey, I don't know much about this issue, which is the exact same thing that the singer who was at the Grammys said, I'm a redneck, I don't know much
Do you think
about
anyone
these
in her
things
chat? Do
specifically."
you think anyone in her chat has asked her about ICE before?
I'm sure, look, that's the thing, I don't know that and neither do you. But I think that the
we
onus
don't
is on-
know. Neither of us would know whether the response on Twitter would differ. We don't know that, right? But we can obviously
No,
make
I'm telling you-
inferences.
I'm giving you-
You
I'm
just
giving- no, I'm
demonstrated
giving
an
you an
ability
example
to
of
make
someone-
inferences when it
I
works
can-
in your favor. So I'm asking you once
No, I
again
gave you-
to do the same thing.
I
To do
gave
the
you an
same
ex-
thing.
no, I gave you-
Do you think?
I
Do
gave
you
you-
think if you had to take a bet, if you take a
Wait.
guess, probability-wise, do you think she's been asked? Hell, we'll even broaden the question. Do you think she's been asked about politics before in her chat, about divisive political issues, ever by a single chatter? One chatter.
I'm sure she has.
You're sure she has? Okay. I obviously we could both agree that that's probably going to be the case. I'd be surprised if at least one chatter never asked her a politically divisive question. The problem is, has there ever been a firestorm on Twitter about her not answering a political question before?
No.
No. So we could probably assume that if she took some of the responses that I've recommended, that she probably wouldn't be eliciting the same response on Twitter.
No, what? No, wait. That's a totally different thing. I'm talking about the fact that she just hasn't addressed anything politically ever. Your response
So why
was
doesn't she just
still a
continue to
complete.
not address it?
Because I'm sure that's the thing. You aren't entitled to what she gets to address on her stream.
Okay, so
She
she's
gave
going to
like a very
address it.
simple.
So
No,
she,
her addressing was the fact that she addressed it, like the way she addressed it was simply, I don't think that you should seek validation from apolitical streamers, which is a completely fair take. And I think that demanding otherwise is basically demanding what she says on her stream. And I think that that's basically I keep coming back to that, which is that I think like asking streamers to like say things that you want is gay, and I think the mod was doing exactly that. I don't think if I go up to random, hey man, if I go up to like a random person, I'm like, hey man, what do you think about ice? What do you think about
But
like
that's
this?
not what you're
I think that's a
doing.
very obvious leading question.
do you agree that
That is
do you
what
agree
the
that
mod was
do you
showing.
agree that streamers by their nature cultivate people that watch because they like them as a person?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's somebody you like, and there's this, do you believe that some political issues, understandably, someone's support or lack of for an issue can be a decider as to whether or not you would think they're a good person or not? Just in general, not even on ice. Do you think there's some political issues that are so extreme that from your perspective,
If you consider, for example, thinking that, let's say, I think that murder should be legal, if that's like considered in like quote unquote politics, then maybe yeah.
or what if it's something like Hitler? What if somebody asks you, like, do you think Hitler was bad or not? Do you think Hitler, like, something like that? Do you think that, like,
I'm sure like someone can give like yeah, obviously like if they love Hitler, then yeah, that would be like a breakout for
yeah.
me.
So you agree that, so if they support Hitler, that could be a deal breaker for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
no, wait, I feel like, okay, again, like if they support, like putting Jews in gas camps, then yeah, that would be a deal breaker.
No,
for
what
me.
if you
they're
just
one of
asked
those
what and they
folks
just
who
said
think-
and they just said they supported Hitler?
Yeah, I guess yeah. To be fair, yeah, if they say yeah, I love Hitler, then yeah, that would be
You
a
could
deal
probably
breaker for
different.
me.
Okay, so we can agree that to some extent there are some political issues that are so divisive that a reasonable person can believe that the answer could be a deciding factor for whether or not the respondent is a good person or not. If we can agree to that fact. So if we also agree that streamers, some of them, their appeal is the personality, and the fans are people that like them as people, right? If you are somebody that is in the position that believes that somebody's opinion on ice, let's say you're misinformed on ice, you just believe the leftist propaganda and shit, you believe that ice is out there to just like get all Hispanics or whatever. From your perspective, that would be a deciding question, or the answer to that would be a deciding factor between whether or not someone was a good person. And if it's somebody you look up to or like, which is the demographic being appealed to, then that would obviously be a question you'd want clarification on.
The streamer is not like the streamer should not like streamers are demanded to like give you any sort of answer.
So
like, sure, if you
we're
think
pivoting
that
back
she
to
has
this.
like
We're
an
circling
opinion.
back. Nobody's demanding.
I'm saying,
nobody's
like,
being
no.
demanding. What we're contesting is whether or not the question, asking the question itself, was like wrong or crazy or parasocial. And I'm laying out to you why it wouldn't be.
I don't think it was crazy, but I think that it makes you sound like a total like bitch. Like if you keep going to like if you are a moderator
we're
for, like,
talking
a
about
person who's
we're talking about the one
explicitly
chatter.
apolitical.
We're talking about the one chatter, and she never says keep. She says ask in general. So the whole keep factor is irrelevant based on the judgment she gave, which would be towards a chatter asking once.
Wait, I don't get. What do you say? Keep and ask. I don't get that part.
Okay, so you say this would be to a person keep asking her. No, it wouldn't be keep. What she's responding to, what she's demonstrating hostility towards, is asking the question. Period. Not somebody that keeps bugging her about it. She says, like, if you're somebody trying to go, like, she doesn't give a quantitative value to the amount of times you can ask her before the question is parasocial. So if we're assuming that a single chatter asked this question once, right, under facts we've both agreed to here about like that there can be some political opinions that would be a deciding factor for if someone was a good person or not, the nature of personality dependent content creators, then this would not be a crazy or parasocial thing to ask.
You also need to act that this person is like the streamer in question is extremely apolitical, and she obviously goes out of her way to share
She's not
politics.
extremely
I would
apolitical
assume,
at all.
No, she is. She
she's
literally avoids politics as much as she can.
She
Like,
is.
She's left podcasts.
Wait,
because
not
of
wanting
it.
to
like she
being apolitical and not wanting to be on a political show or a show where politics is frequently discussed is congruent. That is congruent. That doesn't make you extremely apolitical. You're just apolitical. And
My bad. Okay, she's someone that does not want to talk about politics on her platform, and I feel like I would feel like the fact that this guy's her mod would make my argument even stronger because he should know better than anyone that she does not want politics in her stream. So she answered the question once and for all, which means that if you're someone who's like asking political questions in her chat, then she does not want you to ask political questions in her chat because she does not think that you should validate your opinion using streamers.
Okay.
Very like simple
okay.
answer.
Okay. A lot of the response was going to be criticism of the chatter themselves and their like the chatter is parasocial asking, etc. Their intentions, and from that person's perspective, when they ask the question, yes or no, do they know that the participant can choose whether or not they voluntarily respond?
Okay, but like this is a mod. I feel like.
Wait, can we agree to that? Can we agree to that? Can we agree to that?
Wait, repeat what you said.
Do you not believe that when asking the question, you're doing so knowing that they could pick whether or not they answer?
I feel like if you're a moderator, then like your chat literally stands out like within like a live stream. So I feel like dodging that sort of question is like much
we've
weirder.
agreed that. We've agreed. I've already gotten you to agree to this, so there's no reason we need to circle back in your own. No, I haven't even said what you agreed on yet. What you agreed on was that she probably has been asked divisive political opinions in the chat and didn't respond. Divisive political questions in the chat and didn't respond or ignored it. That's why I was making the point about.
I agree.
That
If that's a random chatter, then I would agree.
So she does have the.
So she moderator, then like it's if that's a moderator, then that's kind of weird. Imagine if like, imagine if like one of Augie's moderators, like, or imagine one of Fatty's moderators calls him out for like sweeping for Tom. Do you think that he has the choice to ignore that moderator? I feel like he does have the choice to ignore that moderator, but it's weirder. It's obviously weirder to like ignore a moderator
Not so significantly
who's like asking you
where
about
a
something.
response should be necessitated in any meaningful capacity.
I just disagree. I feel like if
I don't think honestly I've gone through every step of this. I don't think I'm going to be able to change your mind based on the nature of your argumentation. You're not able to change my mind either.
I think you need to redeem your opinion. I think you need to redeem your opinion.
Okay. Well, okay. So you're trolling. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Holy fuck. All right. Well, back to where we were about the Super Bowl. Before I finished there. So there was a lot of controversy around Bad Bunny's performance. Okay, a lot of controversy, and there was so much controversy, in fact, I made fun of him on the show. Well, we're bringing up a third time because I've referenced this 3 times because it's so bizarre to me. To contest this, the conservatives had a halftime show of their own featuring, their pick of artists that are actually going to, the conservatives don't get like a big selection of artists whose like music they could play or whatever, because when Trump's actually tried to play like good music, he's actually been like sued or legal or cease and desist have been sent from like playing songs at rallies and shit. So they get to pick between conservative music artists who many times are failures. They're failures. They're washed up. They're not big anymore. They got into some controversy. Nobody listens to them anymore. The conservatives keep reusing Kid Rock. Kid Rock was like big, I think, in the 90s and shit. But nobody fucking likes him anymore. The only time I've ever seen Kid Rock referenced outside of this context, or outside of like the context of like his involvement with the conservatives, was I was in upstate New York, and some fucking like fat like dude with a giant beard had a Kid Rock shirt on. But they had him perform at the Republican National Convention last year.
Definitely.
And I brought it up so much because it was the funniest shit ever, because you could tell that nobody there actually likes his music, but it was all all they could get.
Please welcome Kid Rock.
So like when he's like on stage and shit, singing songs nobody knows, they cut back to the audience.
Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me.
Like she's just like, the song hasn't even started and they don't know what to do. Nobody in this audience has ever listened to Kid Rock. Kid Rock was big in the 90s. A lot of these people are already raising families at that point.
Say bye. Bye. Say bye. Say somebody scream.
Wait, where's the part where they cut back to JD Vance?
No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof.
Dude, his wife his wife would literally be what I was like about situation. She's just like, she's like, what the fuck? She's like zoning out, thinking about her like affair or something. And he's just like nodding his, because nobody's heard this music before. It's like this. You think this is like an SNL skit? It's like the time after the January 6th insurrection, they held a press conference, and they said they were holding it at the Four Seasons, so you'd think it was the hotel, but no. They're holding it in front of Four Seasons Landscaping, some local landscaping business, across the street from a sex toy shop and a crematorium, as like Giuliani's talking about the election results. They can only get like the most off-brand shit. None of them know this, dude. None of them know this. But I guess if this performance wasn't like awkward enough, yeah, it's a humiliation ritual. If this performance wasn't awkward enough, they decided they're getting him back to be their competition to the halftime show. Because Bad Bunny is Puerto Rican, and they don't realize that that's also American. And I'm very curious to see how that went for them tonight. I would watch his halftime show on stream, but hold on. Kid Rock. Let's take a look, man. Wait, it was presented by Turning Point USA? Huh? They had the opportunity to do the Charlie Kirk anthem, and they didn't. Turning Point USA presents the All-American Halftime. How does this have almost 1 million likes? Where was Weird? True!
I'm far more interested in what God wants of me.
Sorry, I can't. It's just bringing tears to my... Has it not started yet? Okay, here we go. All right, this is it. Listen, folks, just like the conservatives, we can't afford to play the actual halftime show, so we get to watch the conservative halftime show. Oh, isn't that one song where it's like, my name is Kid? And he just like says that over and over again. I know that song. I know that song. Jimi Hendrix did it better. More plastic patriotism. Maybe if we just like keep doing surface level fucking like I love America too. I love America too, but there's some things where it's like, yeah, it gets like a little excessive to like make it your like the fact they make wearing flag shirts and shit, and then it's like, I value what the flag stands for, not the flag's appearance and shit. And it's just like so like performative when they do this shit. It's so performative. There's like never been a more anti-American president than the current one.
We do it freestyle, you and me style, like it
Okay, I don't even. This is the Kid Rock. Can you imagine? Your like claim to fame is like you perform at the off-brand conservative halftime show. You do a pre-show to welcome out Kid Rock in 2027. Nobody actually likes country. This guy's gay. Where's Kid, man? Where's Kid? Dude, I'm like Nick Shirley. Show me the kid. Bring out the kid.
Man, we can learn how to kiss and cuss and fight too. Better watch out for the was in blue. Now the small town he said, she said.
You get to pick between this and Nueva Yol. I'm taking Nueva Yol every single time. Bad Bunny Moggs.
Ain't funny how rumors spread like I know something y'all don't know. Man, it's getting on.
This is like some fucking shit meth heads in like a yeehaw bar I'd be fucking to in the bathroom.
Georgia, raised down in the Baptist moles in the front row pew for the Sunday roll call.
Is that Erica
Everybody praise the
Kirk?
Lord. Y'all grew up learning.
It's like, this is the other thing too. It's like the performance patriotism. It's the same thing about, I don't know, Christianity. A lot of you are Christian. A lot of you are Christian. But probably would not want to live in a state where it is all about Christianity. It'd probably get a little exhausting for you, right? Despite you genuinely being Christian and you know, loving Christ or whatever, if like we lived in a clerical state where it was every single day and an aching moment of your fucking life, that's probably too much for you. You probably want another. That's how I feel about this, like, everything American. America this, America that. Fucking flags on top of everything. It's like, this is like a bit much. This is a bit much, don't you think? It's a bit performative. You seem less like somebody genuinely committed to any ideals, and you literally think patriotism is just like symbolism. Is this Kid? By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, tip up. We're nearly halfway to Streamly Gold. We aren't gonna hit it, but if we get halfway, I'll still call that a victory. What is this? Is the conservative halftime show. What the fuck was... Dude, I misheard that. I must feel like high. Dude, how I be making bitches sound in the bedroom?
Ooh, how she makes you smile. The way I made me smile on the other end of a phone in the middle.
This is like comically bad. Who actually likes this shit? Dude, they're always like, I hate rap music. They're mumbling. You don't know what the fuck they're saying. Can somebody tell me what she's saying? I have no clue what she's fucking saying. I heard like, I hope. I heard I hope. Dude, look at the turnout. America's unified against this halftime show. We've got like some members of a cult that have all decided to dress in blue. Dude, such an insane turnout. Dude, Kid Rock performed at Woodstock 99. Listen, I know Woodstock 99 is a very bad rep, but it was a big audience. That was a huge fucking audience. Can you imagine going from performing at Woodstock 99 alongside fucking Korn to performing in front of like this audience, like drunken like wine moms?
How she makes you feel the same way about.
Alright, where is the kid? Show me the child, the kid. This comes for us all? Yeah, I'm kind of a hypocrite for saying this, because I remember the days where we were streaming to 150.
The whistle blows.
We're still not on Kid Rock.
8 hours tickets.
I'd like to think because all these people seem intoxicated, because the thing about conservatives is they're like all alcoholics for some reason. I'd like to think that like he just like gets out, he's like so drunk, he like burps on the mic and leaves. This guy has to take the holy mother of shits. He has to take the biggest, he's so constipated. He's just thinking about the toilet right now. He's just thinking about the toilet. Dude, look at his face.
And then tomorrow we'll do it all over again. I'm a member of a blue-collar crowd. They can never, no, they can't keep us down. If you got.
And also, I see accounts that the conservatives are the real punks. Conservatives are the real rebels. And they, unironically, I shit you not, they're like, look at Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols. You know, like the group that like amongst like people who are actually into punk like has like a reputation of being like insanely corporatized characterization of punk.
You label me proud, cause I belong to the drinking class. You wanna...
He belongs to the drinking class. Yeah, the drinking class. Is that the name for conservatives? Conservatives and the Irish, am I right? Am I right? Sorry, I just realized I hadn't made an Irish joke yet on stream. So. Oh, here we go! Here we go! By the way, I hate to say it. I hate to put my family on, but I also am of the belief, not all conservatives are like, it's not, my entire, with the exception of one member, my entire family is conservative. Some are like apolitical, but are like on the surface level conservative because their parents are. My entire family is conservative. God cursed me twice. Like, you made me a Jew, at least let me be born to a liberal family. Like most, it's like, nope. You get you get to be a Jew and you get to be. I'm kidding. That was a joke. I'm immensely proud of my identity, but it's like you're also gonna be born to a family of conservatives, but it's like that's why I laugh so much when like I see these posts. They're like, yeah, Jews just want to like let all the immigrants in, and then I go back and I have like one conversation with like one conversation with a family member. No, but in all seriousness, I used to think that, and then I recently had a conversation where it was genuinely being fucking argued to me that actually Greenland is necessary, for our security. They wouldn't have argued it back then. They would have thought that was a great. It's just that this has been a slow easing into this process, and unfortunately, Fox News, which is fucking evil, and I hate Fox News because I've watched it turn. I used to heavily look up to old people, and I love talking to old people. They have like the best stories and shit. But like I've watched Fox News turn legitimately good, intelligent people into like people with horrible values that just follow this like ginormous hive mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Here it is.
welcome our homie, Kid Rock.
I like how they're like, we need to find 4 black people. We need to find 4 black people who are willing to show up to this shit. Oh, it's that one. It's my name is. Dude, this was his one popular song. This would go so much harder if there was an actual crowd. They brought the kid! He's gonna say it. He's gonna say the line, guys. Because his name is, in fact, Kid. Wait for it.
My name is Kid.
That is his name! That's his name! There's like 5 people in the audience. He said it. He said the thing. He did say that. He did, in fact, say the thing, which is true. It is his name. It sucks now though, because they don't do the thing where they pan to like the members of the audience who are like awkwardly trying to like dance along. There's a real possibility they do know this song. This might be the one song that they know, because this was like his one popular song or whatever. See, like, they've removed the keynote. They've removed the keynote by depriving us of the audience. Am I allowed to watch the actual halftime show?
I love someone!
Was that it? Was that he just comes out, he performs his one popular song, and then he leaves? Wait, that was it? Dude, everyone's like, Kid Rock's gonna be there. Kid Rock. And he does the thing. He comes out. He's like, my name's Kid. And then he just like fucking leaves. and then this. Okay, great, dude. I'm sure everyone watching the Bad Bunny halftime. I know the Bad Bunny halftime show is fire. I know it's gonna be fire. Say what you want about the guy. He's a very good performer, and way better than Kid Rock. And it was probably fire. I haven't seen it yet. He comes back. Oh, he comes back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our brother, Robert Ritchie.
I thought that, dude, would it not be so funny if they just, again, I thought they were about to say, welcome the guy we just introduced, welcome him back, welcome Kid Rock. Like again, for a second time, even though you already got welcome.
You can tell your old man you'll do some largemouth fish.
Oh, wait, that is Kid Rock. Wait, I got his real name is, okay, his name is not Kid. You're telling me this now for the first time. Kid Rock's legal name is not Kid Rock. Okay, so I'm assuming the Richie guy, that's his actual legal name. So he's like, it's like a new person. But the audience doesn't know Kid Rock at all, so they're not even like hyped or whatever. They're not even hyped for it because they don't realize it. No, this is like the same guy.
Another time. You got too much on your plate to bait and cast a line. You can always put a rain check in his hand till you can't.
Okay. Great stuff. Incredible. Do you need to apply? Is there like a 24-hour wait limit before you could stream on Kick? Because after I eat, I've got news for everybody, actually. I've got news for everybody. That's done with our stream content for today. We went 4 hours. I'll be back again tomorrow, hopefully around the same time. With that being said, by popular demand, okay? By popular demand. With gay rules and stipulations attached, for the sake of saving my community. The Minecraft server is back tonight. Everyone can join. Only rules are, you can do anything. You can do anything that is vanilla in game. You cannot cheat. You cannot hack. You cannot mod. Or bring an anti-cheat. So it's like semi-anarchy survival. But if you're gonna organize big VCs around it like we used to, unfortunately, we will it is prohibited. You could organize VCs around playing Minecraft on my server anywhere you want, except for one server. Except for one server. Gammas. That's our only stipulation. But it is back. It is back. Anyone can join. As soon as the stream ends, it's up. I'll post the IP and announcements on the Discord server. I appreciate everyone who's here, who's sticking around. Times will get tough before they get better, but you know what? So be it. So be it. What is life without struggle, my friend? What is life? You can't win all the time. Because if you just keep winning, and I was winning quite a lot for a while there, but if you just keep winning, it gets boring, doesn't it? It gets boring. So, I'm back. I'm ready. And the lock-in of 26 begins. The lock-in of 26 begins. Join the Discord server. Link anything you guys might want me to cover that I may have missed. And I will be seeing you tomorrow. Be here. Be here. Because if you're not, horrible things are going to happen to the people I'm holding hostage. Who are we raiding you into? Alright, I'll let you go watch him. Bye-bye. Take care.